a legal constitutional lawyer. He now gave structures to Ohaneze, following the United Nations structure.
Template. Cool.
Yes. So that's why you now have Secretary General. You now have President. You now have, in that order. And the essence of President General is that there will be presidents at their wing. So this is at the apex. Okay? So through that, Ohaneze came to where it is. And part of its destiny is to offer leadership, protect the Igbo nation, and seek for our own rights. Since it is one Nigeria. So now, coming to that state creation, when the agitation came, maybe I'm saying, sorry, I do not subscribe to state creation. How? Because you're going to scatter the Igbo. You're going to scatter the Igbo and put them, he used to call states nations, into small countries. And brothers will be seeing themselves from different perspectives. They are no longer, which of course you see is happening. As an Ebonyi man, if I come to ENUGU today, they say he's not an indigenous. But as an Igbo man, where wouldn't I serve? So when the elders talk, they should be listened to. But there was a necessity. I remember it was Chief Christian Ono and others that said, nah, I know. It's shaken a friendly. No, they change. I'm carrying a also food. A chinny for a you can be near it.
I actually I see his point.
Yes, so if they are scattering this country, let me borrow their words, scattering this country into states, then we shouldn't lose out. There should
Especially from the political point of view.
We shouldn't lose out when there are allocations, federal allocation, it becomes to one state. So let's allow this thing. If said, okay, you give me a bunny. So first of all, that was how he yielded, and Imo and Anambra came. It was not knowing the difference between the political leadership and cultural leader. Yes. We'll come to that. Okay, so when they submitted that and gave us Imo and Anambra, Moritala came. And then that 1976 in February, the states were created. Then shortly after, when you start, you don't start. So more states, the military are taking over and we're doing things as they like it. So states were coming.
By 1991.
By 1991, you now had Abia. So the Abia was insisting he has his Ebonyi. But it was at the airport when the elders said, nah, if we do that, we foreclose ourselves. Imo divided into two. Anambra divided into two. What do we have? We now have at least 4 states. Okay, so by 1996, when Ebonyi came and some other states, we now landed ourselves with the 5 states we have. Now the agitation has been on. We want more states. Not only you. Don't forget, if you take a look at the states, the Northwest has the largest.
Yes.
7.
7
while
states.
Others have 6.
6.
The Southeast.
5.
Now, more states should come. It becomes a political instrument.
How so?
Yes. Somebody will tell you, oh, I'll create state for you people. Everybody. But in Ohaneze, there are certain things you don't. What am I saying? The in other words, the palm wine tapper doesn't reveal all he sees atop the palm tree. So there are some. Now,
is this a welcome development for Ohaneze or not? New state creation, is it a welcome development to Ohaneze?
Hello, those who have 7 states, what happens to them? The states have been created, so we would need to have that balance. There should be that balance.
Yeah, but the agitation is where the states will come from within the southeast. Delta
that should be that now
is agitating.
Yes, that now.
How do we get them to the table and get a consensus?
No, you've forgotten
Ada state too, and Suka.
So those are internal things the Igbo nation will look at.
Is Ohaneze able to bring these people to the table?
For a long time, who else? Is it the governors or the political class? No, but the governors and the political class are part of Ohaneze.
Yes.
So, but which channel or platform are they discussing this? Which other channel other than the Ohanese? Okay, and it's Ohanese. Through there, all the governors of the Southeast belong to the Imobi. And whatever decisions that are arrived at Imobi, now is the General Assembly is called for endorsement. So I know that this is an agitation that has been on.
Yes.
So, and it's not very easy to tell so until these things are put together and the name given.
Yes.
But there is only one thing that is happening which the Igbo nation should watch. In leadership, there's a cultural leader, which you have the traditional rulers, and there's a political leader. Now, this thing came sometime in the early 20s, because I've been in this Ohanese as a little boy carrying bag for others. And I know there was a time we were beginning to have some kind of this in between Ekweme and
Alex Ekweme.
Yes, and Dim.
Was it like a part also?
Something looked like that. So whose voice should be heard? And the elders now gathered, and I was privy to that. And I know how to solve that thing was simple. Ikemba, Iwo Dogu, Iwo Dike Ochiaga. As it is today, you are Anyandibo. You are our Generalissimo. Chief Dr. Alex Ekweme is the highest political office holder in Igbo nation. So if you put these things, and there should be a separation of powers.
Sure.
There should be separation of powers between the political leader and the traditional or cultural leader. Ikemba, you will be the Igbo nation's cultural leader. You are the dim. You're dim or the Mewojoku. Ekweme all over the place is down GCFR as the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, Anya in politics. That was what was divided.
How are we tackling this?
Now, these things, they've all gone. That's the point I want to make here. They are all gone. This generation, what is the way forward? Arm of us. Every political leader becomes the chieftain leader in Ohanese and wants to dictate what is happening. See, when you are blindfolded and you're groping through the place, there is no way you're not going to enter the bush. But if you open your eyes and define your course, that is the point I want to make here. The Igbo nation should see this. It is benign. The people are not noticing it. But that's part of the confusion we have in the Igbo land.
How do we deal with this?
When
was the phenomenon? How do we deal with this?
You see, it's a popular saying. Do I call it maxim? But it's not true. The Aro dynasty is the longest in Africa. One of the longest in Africa. Nri is a dynasty. So what you simply say is that it was a republican society. It's a republican society, and leadership resides with elders. A kind of what do you call it again?
Gerontocracy.
Gerontocracy. When leadership is in the hands of elders, and Awogazi, Uchie, Toya, we will have no regrets, no apology to anybody that that's the way we indeed will. For this land to be.
Part of being an independent mind.
Yes.
All right, Nze, there's no way we're going to have this discussion without touching a little bit on the state of things with Mazen and Kano. Tell me, how far has Ohanese gone to probably effect or recommend for his release? I feel many people do, actually. It's not my opinion only, but many people feel that it's going to bring about a lot of cohesion, you know, in the Igbo state. So what are your thoughts?
First,
Amara me na asulude.
I'm not so quite there. Now, Juga, the one who are but straight away,
Okay.
actions have been on. I remember the late Iwanyangu also visited, and there were moves. But let me put it this way: from the beginning of Nnamdi Kanu's travels, let me say it's a radical thing. Ibosio, you want to look at this proverb: Amara Achuaja, or Wansi. Does it make any sense to you? Wrong divination will give you
witchcraft.
So that is it. The young man came, and his approach, his manners, on his agitation, which was not, he was not a beginner anyway. It was an Owazurike somewhere.
Owazurike, yes.
I came down, and those things were happening. And Ohaneze Ndibo, I was aware of, and I was part of, and had been part of, gave support for anything that will bring unity, advancement, and cohesion of Ndibo. If these ones were on, fine. But beginning with Owazurike's own, the name became a problem, because you can't have a sovereign state in a sovereign state. So movement for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra, that was what happened in Masop.
Masop.
So that was where the problem, Mahmoud, if I might manufacture this particular one.
One of them. Oh my goodness.
So
there's no English words even explained.
So now, if it is where the problem lay.
Yeah.
Okay? So that was for him. But after all said and done, he passed through his own incarceration. Later, the agitation never stopped. Nnamdi came like a Joshua, because Owazurike was on the Moses. Sure. So Owazurike, as a Moses,
he ran his race.
Yes, and then a Joshua came, Nnamdi Kanu, and the approach, where that leads me to the adage I gave to you. His approach was not too correct, let me end it that way, for the sensibilities of elders of the land. He was a bit, skating on court, in his radio and all that. So that pissed off the cream of the Igbo elite society. But a people who are in search of, because what brought the war hasn't ended. The elements that brought about the war hasn't ended. The same marginalization, the same thinking, although we too are also part of our own problems. One. So we Ndibo generally are also part of their big problem. Now, but that thing that led to the war hadn't ended. And so you see that cold action to it. Now, anywhere would you say actually that Ndibo had been properly brought in or harmonized into the Nigerian political setting? Can you rightly say all those? So the young men are seeing it. The young men are seeing it. And okay, what would you say about where an Igbo young man will be expected, a boy, will be expected to score 300 in JAM to pass, to get into the university? Why his brother up there, even if it is 29, you're there. So so those things that were done to their fathers, the iniquities are now visited upon them, even at this generation. So you see that cold, and that is what is making it difficult. The election just, you know what, the fate of the Igbo in Lagos for standing on their feet to support whom they wanted. Do we get back to the obedient issue? Which way Nigeria, according to Sonny Okosa, when you look at all this? So now Nnamdi came. The agenda was as a journalist, my perception of what happened was that the last president needed to placate the wills and wishes of his Fulani people. And so bringing the head of Nnamdi Kanu like the head of John the Baptist to Herod will placate them. And seeing the court thing, how many times would a man be pronounced free in the court for him to be free? So when you look at that, you ask yourself, oh, really, are we actually together here? Are we following the law? But from what you're also seeing now, you find out that too many bad water, not only water, bad water must pass under the bridge and smell it.
Oh, wow.
So with these few points of mine, I want to say here that Ndo Haneze, there is a movement for the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Charles Pius. In the headlines, Uche Okuku, a former Secretary General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, says he is the duly elected President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo. House Committee decries poor budgetary allocation to Ministry of Environment. South Africa's Ramaphosa urges ANC to renew or perish at 113th anniversary. And Mexico dispatches firefighting experts to help with California wildfires. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Uche Okuku, a former Secretary General for Ohanaeze Ndigbo, has insisted that he was duly elected as the new President General for Apex Igbo Social Cultural Group. It was reported that Okuku from Rivers State was elected as new Ohanaeze President General in Port Harcourt by a faction of the organization. This sparked controversy following the emergence of two Presidents General of the group. The group elected Senator John Azotambata as its new President General in an election that took place in ENUGU. According to Okuku, the election in ENUGU was not in line with Ohanaeze's tradition. He insisted that only the Port Harcourt election that produced him followed due process. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on Saturday congratulated Uche Okuku as President General for Ohanaeze Ndigbo. IPOB also charged Southeast governors and Ohanaeze's Imeobi against subverting the choice of the people due to selfish political interests. IPOB spokesman Iman Powerful accused the Southeast governors of engaging in activities aimed at sabotaging the progress of Ndigbo. Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress APC has congratulated Senator John Azotambata on his election as the 13th President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide, the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization. Felix Morka, APC National Publicity Secretary, in its statement on Saturday in Abuja, also congratulated the outgoing President General of the organization, Chief Fidelis Chukwu. Chukwu completed the tenure of Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, who died on July 25th at the age of 82. Morka said the election of Azotambata, who hails from Rivers in South-South region, marked a milestone in the organization's history. He wished Azotambata and the new executive of Ohanaeze Ndigbo a successful and remarkable tenure in the fulfillment of the organization's mandate. Meanwhile, Rivers State Governor Similai Fabara has hailed the emergence of a former lawmaker representing Rivers East Senatorial District at the National Assembly, Senator John Azotambata, as the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide. Governor Fabara said that the victory of Mbata shows his wide acceptance for the exemplary character and integrity and his ability to provide needed leadership to move Ohanaeze Ndigbo forward. Governor Fabara expressed hope that he will succeed in the discharge of his lofty duties of furthering national cohesion and fostering friendly cooperation among Igbos and beyond Igbo land. In the same vein, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, urged the Igbos to unite and work together to form a formidable force in the country. Uzodimma made the call during the 2025 National Convention of Ohanaeze Ndigbo that produced Senator Azotambata as the new President General of the organization, along with 12 other elected executives, held at the Old Government Lodge in ENUGU. Correspondent Chinemere Mikewodam has the details.
The Apex Igbo Social Group, Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, has elected new executives amidst controversies surrounding the President General position. The election took place on January 10, 2025, beginning with candidates and delegates verification at Ohanaeze Ndigbo Secretariat, followed by the main event at the Old Government Lodge. Addressing the participants at the lodge, Governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, noted that unity is significant, especially given the organization's role in promoting the interests of all Igbo communities. within and outside Nigeria. Governor Uzodinma emphasized the importance of finding homegrown solutions to the problems facing the Igbo nation, particularly with the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
I would like to inform all of us that the governors of Southeast states came together and resolved to strengthen our people, to give very strong support to our people.
The host governor, Peter Mba of Enugu State, emphasized the importance of leadership and the need for collective action. He highlighted the value of speaking with a unified voice, as exemplified by the statesmanship of Igbo forebears.
But this epic event yet offers us a little room of introspection regarding the noble vision that inspired our forebears towards its founding. The ties that bind us run deep and transcend geographical boundaries, for we are bound by a common history.
The outgoing President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, Fidelix Chukwu, whose tenure began on December 14, 2024, in his handover speech, urged the incoming leaders to prioritize continuity, sustainability, and collective guidance and accountability.
As I pass the torch to our incoming leaders, I urge you to remain committed to our core values and missions. Please continue to work together, support one another, and strive for excellence in all that you do.
The newly elected President General Azut Ambata expressed his gratitude to Igbo nations for their unwavering support and pledged to work for the Igbo's interests.
I see that our people are very excited, so let me restrict myself to say thank you to all the governors for being here in person and for bringing the magic touch that has made it possible for things to go in an orderly and very expeditious manner on this occasion. We are very encouraged by your leadership, and we will continue to collaborate with you.
Some members of the Electoral Committee also gave their opinion to the just concluded election.
Where a child is crying and pointing his finger at, either the mother is there or the father is there. So if the Igbo nation, previous executives of Ohanaeze, the entire Igbo nation, have been clamoring for that release, that means that it's a very significant move to make for Igbo nation and for Nigeria in general.
This is not something that is strange. It's an election we knew would happen today. We always hold our elections on the 10th of January on an election year. And what we've been doing up until now is to rotate the positions from one state to another.
If you saw what happened, the positions were zoned to specific states. So the leaders in that state, the political leaders, the economic leaders and all that, the stakeholders in the state, met together in their states to decide who should go and represent them. So that it's not any rat-tat person coming up to the national and taking a position.
The transition marks a new chapter for Ohanaeze Ndigbo, with Senator Azut Ambata from Rivers State at the helm, Okenwa Dinobi from Abia State as the Deputy President General, Emeka Sibudu from Anambra as the Secretary, and other 12 executive members representing Enugu State, Delta State, Ebonyi State, and Imo State as the existing constitution provides. Other governors present were Abia State Governor Alex Otin and Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Otti has assured veterans and serving members of the armed forces that his administration will not take their sacrifices for granted. Governor Oti, who gave the assurance on Saturday during the 2025 Armed Forces Remembrance Day, a church service held at Seventh-day Adventist Church, Aguiyi-Ironsi layout Umuahia, pledged his administration's commitment to honor their sacrifices and vital role in safeguarding the nation. The governor called the tragic cases of armed forces personnel who were brutally murdered in the state while performing their duties and vowed that the state government would honor their memory and ensure their sacrifices are not taken for granted. Governor Alex Otti, who used the opportunity to thank Abians for their support to his administration, noted that irrespective of negative propaganda from the opposition, his administration has remained focused and charged people of the state to remain vigilant and disregard those who he described as pretending to be fighting for democracy. Delivering a sermon titled The Captain of the Host of Heaven, the President Abia North Central Conference of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Pastor Kennedy Ioma, paid tribute to the fallen heroes who paid the ultimate sacrifice for the nation's peace and unity. Pastor Ioma, who took his texts from Joshua 5:13-15, reflected on the encounter between Joshua, the Israelites, and the people of Jericho, and recalled on members of the armed forces to trust and acknowledge God's supreme authority in order to overcome every challenge in life. The House of Representatives Committee on Environment has frowned at what it describes as an abysmally low release of funds to the Ministry of Environment. This, it says, has led to the several missed opportunities to address environmental challenges facing the country. Speaking at the budget defense of the ministry, the chairman of the committee, Julius Pondi, listed such environmental challenges as deforestation, pollution, erosion, and the effects of climate change on various communities and the nation at large. Pondi said that the outcome of the budget review will set the tone for planning and resource allocation in the 2025 budget.
Prominent among other concerns of the committee is that effective 1st January 2024, the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria and 13 professional bodies / councils was removed from budgetary allocations. The same 13 bodies have since been reinstated, leaving only ECON. Let me use the opportunity to call on the Honorable Minister to work closely with the committee to ensure that ELCOM is reinstated.
He also expressed concern that the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, ECON, which was among 13 professional bodies removed from budgetary allocations effective 1st January 2024, is the only one yet to be reinstated. Pondi told the Minister of Environment to work closely with the committee to ensure that ECON is reinstated. The Minister of Environment, Abbas Lawal, disclosed that the ministry installed about 2,200 units of solar street lights in communities and 45 solar-powered boreholes to provide clean water for the people.
Let me what has happened is quite good. We will go back. They will start to sort out the discrepancies they have mentioned, and I'm sure by next week, whether I'm here or not, it will be sorted out.
So
thank you. No, I'm definitely comfortable with them. They have done thorough work, which I really appreciate. So it's good that we also go back and look at the things that they have raised issues with, and we'll try to resolve it. So sometimes defense of budget is not a one-day affair. I know when I was in FCT, sometimes it takes 3-4 days to go and make presentations because the budget is coming a little close to the year. But sometimes I found that when it comes earlier, it comes here 3-4 times to depend the budget. So I think it's quite healthy. I have no worry about it. It's something that we'll resolve by next week.
Still on budget defense, the Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, says that 3.8 billion naira capital allocation to the ministry in the 2025 budget will not be sufficient to drive the program of the ministry. Dr. Oduwole made the remarks at a joint budget defense session of the Senate Committees on Industry, Trade and Investment and the House of Representatives Committees on Commerce, Industry and Small and Medium Enterprises. The minister said that the amounts proposed in the budget is grossly inadequate to fund its capital projects and programs and solicited the support of the lawmakers for additional funding. This, she says, will ensure the implementation of commendable projects and programs outlined in the National Development Plan and the medium-term expenditure framework and enhance the development and growth of the Nigerian economy.
The ministry may not be able to achieve all the desired impact. The ministry's 2025 capital proposal stood at 3.8 billion, which is inadequate to meet the scope of work required to deliver this impact to Nigerians across the nation. As a result, we would appreciate additional funding for our priority capital projects and programs to enable us to expedite some of our projects in line with the objectives clearly articulated in the National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework as presented to the National Assembly by Mr. President. In this regard, it is on this regard that on behalf of the Nigerian people, we continue to request for your invaluable support in delivering on the set objectives of the ministry to enhance the development and growth of the Nigerian economy.
When our new government got there was a slight problem in jail. The borders were closed. 7 states in the northern region were affected. Imagine the trade that would have gone among all of us just because there was a change of government. Today, those people they are gone, they have left ECOWAS. You know the economic implications and the security. The security implication now has affected the economic growth because again, that normally block these people from Libya and so on. Libya has left the border to us, and we are having the problem in the north.
The committees, however, told the minister to go and correct some errors observed in the documents submitted to them for subsequent action. The National Assembly Joint Committee on Solid Minerals on Friday rejected the budget estimates of the Ministry of Solid Minerals. The committee said that the estimates presented were greatly inadequate. The chairman of the Joint Committees, Ekong Samson, stated this after the minister, Dele Alake, presented the ministry's 2025 budget estimates before the committee. The call for the rejection of the budget followed the motion moved by Diket Plang and seconded by Natasha Moti-Oduagan. Moving the motion, Plang expressed displeasure that the ministry got just 9 billion naira as an envelope out of the 593 billion naira it proposed for capital expenditure in the 2025 budget. The chairman also expressed displeasure over the ministry's budget because of the importance of solid mineral sector to the diversification of the Nigerian economy. The co-chairman Gaza Abwefui, representing Kefi, Karu, Kokona federal constituencies, also supported the move for the suspension of the budget defense. Earlier, Alake said that the ministry in 2025 proposed 593.7 billion naira for capital expenditure and 2 billion naira for overhead cost, making it a total budget of 541.7 billion naira for the ministry. The Poultry Association of Nigeria, PAN, Southwest Zone, has appealed to government for assistance, citing numerous challenges facing the industry. Reverend Gideon Oluyele, PAN chairman, Southwest, listed rising production costs, expensive raw materials, high duties, taxes, and unfavorable policies as some of the challenges. While commending government's creation of the Ministry of Livestock, the association emphasized the need for further intervention.
Please, we need your intervention. We need your support. We need the government to provide funding gap for us. You know, loans at single digits from the central bank. Sometimes they roll out Agnes loan for us, and we said, this was good, this was easy. And they closed the window. And these loans must be at single digits, not only for farmers, but also for importers of poultry raw materials. When they are able to access this loan at single digits, it will make availability of these products, and because it's available within the economy, the prices will be regulated, and then farmers can buy and use.
We are begging government to please take a closer look at these things. Cost of raw materials, they are too expensive. The producers will be left with no option. It's what they buy that they will sell.
We are crying and begging Nigerian government to please come to the aid of the poultry farmers, especially. The government should come to our aid so that food will be on the table of every Nigerian.
And we are imploring the federal government to come up with a Marshall Plan to rescue the poultry industry and, by extension, agric industry in Nigeria.
If food is cheap, anybody can survive. It is important that government pays attention to that sector that will help her to meet one of the key MDG goals, to eliminate poverty or reduce poverty and hunger.
Still to come, MMIA Customs surpasses 2024 budget or target, generates 71.6 billion naira. Army seeks greater collaboration for effective service delivery. Do stay with us. A total of 110 newly promoted police officers have been decorated by the Anambra State Police Command. 20 of the decorated officers were promoted from the superintendent to the chief superintendent of police. 24 deputy superintendents were promoted to superintendents of police, while 66 assistant superintendents were decorated as deputy superintendents. Speaking at the call for ceremony, the police commissioner, Nage Itam, represented by the deputy commissioner in charge of administration, Fidelis Ogarabe, charged the officers to brace up for the demands of their new responsibilities. He applauded the officers for their achievements, reminding them that the promotion is a thing of joy, not pride, and that they should always remain patient, as everyone will get his reward at the appropriate time. The ceremony, which took place at this Anambra State Police Command headquarters, Amobia, was witnessed by senior officers and family members of the beneficiaries whose spouses assisted in decorating them. The promotion and subsequent decoration is expected to boost the morale of the officers in facing the challenge of combating rising crime in Anambra State. The Nigerian Army has called for greater collaboration among security agencies in the country for effective service delivery. The call was made on Friday by the Commander, 3 Army Brigades, Bukavu Barracks, Kano, Brigadier General Ahmed Tukur. He spoke after a special Jumat prayer held in honor of the country's fallen heroes at the Central Mosque, Bukavu Barracks, Kano. Tukur paid tribute to the fallen heroes for laying down their lives in defense of Nigeria's territorial integrity. He urged Nigerians to continuously offer prayers for the repose of their souls. He stressed that their sacrifices should not be in vain and emphasized the need for unity and cooperation among the country's security agencies. In his sermon, Major Saibiu Yusuf, Imam of the Central Mosque, Bukavu Barracks, Kano, said that the security was a collective responsibility of all stakeholders. He quoted from the Quranic verses and prophetic traditions to convey his message. The Chief of Air Staff, CAS Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, says the Nigerian Air Force, NAF, has in the last 18 months expanded its capacity to enhance its operational effectiveness. Abubakar, who was represented by the Chief of Administration, AVM Idi Sani, said this at the maiden edition of his parley with the NAF veterans on Saturday in Abuja. He said that NAF had implemented various measures, policies, and infrastructure to ensure personnel had the necessary tools and enabling environment to thrive in their efforts at safeguarding lives and properties. The CAS said that the NAF had established the Directorate of Land Administration under the Logistics Branch and Directorate of Airworthiness, saddled with the certification of aircraft and maintenance, as well as establishment of standards, recommended practices, and guidelines, and their enforcement in line with extant aviation laws. He said that the Directorate of NAF Transformation and Innovation, which was domiciled under the Policy and Plans Branch, was recently upgraded to a branch status to ensure that the NAF remain at the forefront of technological advancement, maintaining an air superiority and supporting joint operations. According to him, the Directorate for Peace Support Operations was established to create a robust framework for pledging capabilities to the UN Capacities Readiness System, planning, managing, and implementing PSO activities and deployments, thereby enabling the NAF to effectively project air power beyond the shores. The Theatre Commander, Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fasanyama, Major General Oluyinka Osoyele, has reaffirmed the readiness of troops to confront the Lakurawa terrorist group along the Niger border. According to a statement by the spokesperson of the Operation Fasanyama, Lieutenant Colonel Abubakar Abdullahi, this declaration was made during an operational visit to the tactical headquarters of the DHQ Special Operations Brigade situated in Bale, Guru local government area of Sokoto State on Friday. Major General Soyele emphasized the necessity of commitment from the troops engaged in Operation Flush Lukarawa Out. He called on local communities to cooperate with troops in the fight against terrorism. He said that a strong partnership between the troops and the community can enhance operational effectiveness and foster a united front against terrorism. The theatre commander stressed that intelligence sharing and community cooperation would be fundamental in effectively addressing the challenges posed by insurgency and ensuring long-term peace. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, says fire gutted some shanties in Surulere area of the state. The permanent secretary of the agency, Dr. Olufemi Oke Osayod Tolu, confirmed this in a statement made available on Saturday in Lagos. Following distress calls received through the 767 and 112 emergency toll-free lines at 1:18 hours, LASEMA activated its response team from Onipanu. Upon arrival at 1:31 a.m., a row of makeshift shanty structures erected beside the canal was found to have been gutted by fire. Preliminary investigations revealed that the fire, which started in one of the rooms, had quickly spread to other rooms in the row. It was brought under control by the combined efforts of emergency responders at the incident scene, and no casualties or injuries were recorded at the incident scene. The Flag Officer commanding FOC Western Naval Command, Rear Admiral Michael Omen, has called on the media to help manage misinformation capable of misleading the public as we begin 2025. Omen made the request during an end-of-the-year media engagement which held at the Western Naval Command, Lagos. According to him, the speed at which information is generated and transmitted today is such that you must keep pace with it to manage it in ensuring national security. The FOC said that once there was such a gap, it would be exploited. Therefore, having a platform to constantly engage with the media would help iron out issues. Omen said that nobody really gained from the strategies that were attributed to misinformation or wrong use of the information spectrum. According to him, when each person makes the society good, the society will be good to everybody. The FOC said that the year 2024 was quite eventful for the command and appreciated the role that the media played in informing the public of all its activities. The Murtala Mohammed International Airport MMIA command of the Nigerian Customs Service announced that it exceeded its revenue target for 2024, generating a total of 71.6 billion naira. The Customs Area Controller, CAC Controller Ifyong Harrison, said in a statement on Friday that its target for 2024 was 56.861 billion naira. Harris expressed delight over the record-breaking revenue achieved by the command. He described the 2024 revenue as unprecedented, noting that it was the highest ever generated in the history of the command. He said that July 2024 in particular was a standout month, with the command recording its highest ever monthly revenue of 12 billion naira. The MMIM Customs boss expressed profound gratitude to the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeniyi, and his management team for their unwavering support to the command. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has issued an order to transfer regulatory oversight of the electricity markets in Niger to the State Electricity Regulatory Commission, NSERC. The Commission, in a statement on its X handle in Abuja on Friday, said that the transfer was in compliance with the Constitution and the Electricity Act 2023 as amended. The Commission said that in accordance with the provisions of the EA 2023, it retains a role as a central regulator with the regulatory oversight of the interstate, international generation, transmission, supply, trading, and system operations. The Commission said that the AEDC should complete the incorporation of AEDC Subco within 60 days from January 10th, and the sub-company shall apply for and obtain license for the intrastate supply and distribution of the electricity from NSERC, among other directives. It also directed Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company PLC IBEDC to incorporate a subsidiary IBEDC subco to assume responsibilities for intrastate supply and distribution of electricity in Niger from IBEDC. The Commission directed that all transfers envisaged by this order be completed by July 9th. The government of the United States of America has repatriated no less than $52.88 million linked to a former Petroleum Resources Minister, Dezani Alison Madueke. The funds were said to be from the forfeiture of the Galactica assets linked to Alison Madueke and her associates. U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, Jr., led a delegation that signed the assets return agreement at the Federal Ministry of Justice headquarters in Abuja on Friday. The Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, who signed the return agreement on behalf of the federal government, noted that the development was a significant affirmation of the President Bola Tinubu's resolve to build a Nigeria free from the shackles of corruption. Fagbemi added that while the event signifies the culmination of the efforts by stakeholders to return forfeited assets to Nigeria, it was also a testament to ensure available resources were devoted to the socio-economic development of the nation. In his remarks, Mills Jr. said he had great confidence in the Nigerian government to adhere to the conclusions agreed upon on how the funds would be used, else the U.S. government would not have returned the funds. Still to come, Lebanon and Syria to strengthen border security, Lebanese Prime Minister says thousands rally in Tel Aviv against Netanyahu's government. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa called on African National Congress ANC to renew itself or risk extinction during the party's 113th anniversary celebration on Saturday in Cape Town. Ramaphosa acknowledged the party's current struggles, including unemployment, poverty, inequality, and loss of majority in recent elections. He outlined a plan for action focused on improving the economy, enhancing government services, and rebuilding the ANC.
And this is a moment wherein the ANC should either renew itself or perish. And this is an important lesson that we have learned from the past elections. Unless we renew ourselves, unless we ensure that the ANC is renewed, we face the danger, yes, of perishing as a movement. The election outcome has taught us an important lesson.
As the ANC now leads the national unity government along with 9 other political parties, Ramaphosa emphasized the party's commitment to regaining public confidence and returning as a majority party in the next elections. His call for renewal comes as the Freedom Charter, the ANC's policy blueprint, celebrates its 70th anniversary. Mexican Air Force planes departed for California on Saturday, carrying 74 personnel from the Army and the National Forestry Commission, CONAFO, to assist in battling the wildfires ravaging Southern California. The mission, humanitarian aid efforts, includes specialized firefighting and civil protection personnel. Laura Vasquez Alzoa, head of the National Civil Protection Coordination, emphasized their commitment to supporting California.
Upon arrival, the teams will be distributed in the designated areas to fight the fire.
They are very experienced people who have participated in various national fires and have also helped abroad, including in Cuba and other countries, bringing their experience. These are selected, trained individuals with a lot of technical expertise.
The Mexican consulate in Los Angeles announced continued consular assistance and shelters for affected individuals regardless of immigration status. Mexican nationals or descents in California account for nearly 30% of the state's population. Germany's far-right AfD nominated co-leader Alice Weidel as their chancellor candidate on Saturday as a party congress in the eastern German city of Riesa. Weidel told delegates the party meeting was streamed live on Elon Musk's platform X. Musk hosted a discussion with Weidel on his X platform on Thursday, which was watched by the European Commission to check for any spreading of misinformation before next month's German election. In Weidel's speech after her official nomination at the party congress, she vowed to close borders, end the energy transition, and abandon EU climate policy, called for longer operating times for coal-fired power plants and the reopening of Nord Stream.
I would also like to say thank you. My colleague Jörg Gerben has just mentioned it. I would like to thank Elon Musk, who is streaming this party conference live so that everyone can see what we are making policy for. Close the borders completely and turn back anyone entering the country illegally and without papers. And a very clear message to the whole world: the German borders are closed. Dear friends, they are closed. And I have to be honest with you, if it's going to be called remigration, then that's what it's going to be called. Remigration. And following the example of the Netherlands and Hungary, withdrawal from the EU asylum system. Quite simply, Germany will withdraw from the EU asylum system under our leadership. You can count on it. We will end the energy transition and abandon EU climate policy. We will, of course, reconnect operational nuclear power plants to the grid and invest in future-proof reactors of the new generation.
Earlier, scuffles had erupted between protesters trying to stop AfD delegates from entering the Congress venue following a protest call from a group of several NGOs. The AfD comes second at 21.5% in recent INSA poll ahead of the February 23rd general election, with the CDU in the lead. Lebanon and Syria will work together to secure their land borders, as well as to delineate both land and sea borders, Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati said on Saturday in Damascus. In the first trip by a Lebanese Prime Minister to neighboring Syria in 15 years, Mikati addressed a joint news conference in Damascus with Syria's de facto armed leader Ahmed al-Shara. Al-Shara said they had discussed issues including smuggling between the two countries, border challenges and Syrian deposits in Lebanese banks. Both sides agreed to establish committees to address these matters and provide support.
We discussed some unresolved problems such as the Lebanese borders and smuggling issues, as well as Syrian deposits in Lebanese banks, and we agreed to have special committees to study this situation in detail.
Also, we discussed the situation on the land borders between both countries and the necessity to reinforce the mutual and joint procedures to protect the security of both countries, their sovereignty, and prevent any acts that harm them, their security and stability.
Spain's Princess Leonor set sail on Saturday on board of the Navy's Joan Sebastian del Elcano training ship. King Felipe and Queen Letizia waved Leonor and the 76th Navy midshipmen goodbye as the 113 meters long ship weighed anchors and began a 6-month journey to America. The princess spent a year at the Zaragoza's military academy before embarking on the Joan Sebastian del Elcano, a 4-masted schooner used by the Spanish Navy for the training. She will finish her military studies at the General Air Academy. The government and the Royal House have agreed Leonor's very intense military training will precede her university studies, following in the footsteps of her father in the 1980s. Sudan's army said on Saturday it had entered the central city of Wad Madani and was pushing out its paramilitary rivals, the Rapid Support Forces. The army posted a video appearing to show troops inside the city, which is capital of El Gezira state, an agricultural hub that has been held by the RSF since December 2023.
Today is January 11th, 2025. We are now inside the city of Madani. We told you, Janjaweed, RSF, you will not be able to do this. You ran away like women. This is the street that takes you to the market. And this is Nile Street. We salute our brother Staff Commander Abdul Baki Yatra. Madani is free. God is great.
The army also on Saturday continued its operations on the city of Bari, part of the greater capital, where it has also made advances in recent months. The RSF controls most of the west of the country, where it is fighting the army for Al-Fashir, its last stronghold in the Darfur region. The two forces are also actively fighting over White Nile State in the south of the country. A tugboat was stopped at a tanker carrying around 99,000 metric tons of oil from Russia from drifting out of the control of Germany's Baltic Sea coast near the island of Rügen, emergency services said on Friday. Germany's Central Command for Maritime Emergencies said the 274-meter Panama flag tanker called Eventin and traveling from Russia to Egypt had been drifting slowly and unable to maneuver since earlier on Friday. A tugboat was holding in its position and others were on en route, CCME said, adding it was evaluating next steps. Evacuation of the 24-member crew was not necessary, it said. Moscow did not immediately reply to a request for comment. Thousands of Israelis protested against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government and its handling of the conflict in Gaza on Saturday. Protesters demanded an end to the war in Gaza and a ceasefire that would bring home the hostages still held by Hamas.
I am here because of our government is not paying enough attention to the hostages that's still remaining in Gaza. That we're thinking about them every moment, every single day, and it's time to release them. And it's not easy to make a deal with the devil, which is the terrorists we are dealing with. But I truly think that we can do more and that it's time to release them from hell in Gaza.
First of all, I'm here because I'm scared about democracy in Israel. I'm a teacher. I am looking for the next generation and I'm really afraid about what's going on here. I want that my kids and my grandkids will be free in Israel. You know, my parents were in the Holocaust and they dream about another country. So I'm here to fight for it.
Israelis scuffled with the police forces who attempted to disperse crowds from a main road in Tel Aviv. Its military campaign with the stated goal of eradicating Hamas has leveled swaths of the enclave, driving most people from their homes, and has killed 45,717 Palestinians, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Indonesia new men's national head coach Patrick Kluivert arrived on Saturday at the country's international airport, where he was enthusiastically welcomed by supporters. The appointment of the Dutch former AC Milan, Ajax and Barcelona player Kluivert, who scored 40 goals in 79 appearances for his country, follows the sacking of Monday of South Korean coach Shin Tae-yong. Kluivert, who won the Champions League title as a player with Ajax in 1995, will take charge of Indonesia until 2027 with an option to extend further, the country's soccer federation said in a statement. Indonesia are third in their World Cup group after 6 of 10 matches, a point behind Australia in the battle for the second automatic spot in the finals, which will be expanded from 32 to 48 teams in the contest jointly hosted by the United States, Canada and Mexico. Kluivert will be unveiled in Jakarta on Sunday and will be joined in Indonesia by two assistant coaches, fellow Dutchmen Alex Pastoor and Denny Lanzat. Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime closed out a 3-set match against American Sebastian Korda to win the Adelaide International on Saturday. The fifth seeds took 1 hour 49 minutes to beat against Korda 6-3, 3-6, 6-1, who was competing in his first tournament since undergoing elbow surgery last October. It wasn't all plain sailing for the Canadian, as he had to save 4 break points in the early part of the first set before taking a lead in a match that featured some strength-sapping rallies. Korda claims the second set, but that just spurred an Arger Aliassime, who broke the American on his first service game in the third set. It is Arger Aliassime's sixth career ATP Tour title, and he is now on a 5-match winning streak, heading into his first round match with Jan-Lennard Struff in the Australian Open on Monday. Napoli forwards Vicha Kvaratskhelia wants to leave the Serie A club immediately, manager Antonio Conte revealed on Saturday. Kvaratskhelia current deal runs until 2027. The 23-year-old, having joined Napoli in July 2022 and helped his side secure their first Scudetto in 33 years that season. The Georgia international has been ruled out of Napoli's Serie A home clash against Hellas Verona on Sunday. Kvaratskhelia has been linked with Liverpool and Paris Saint-Germain in the January transfer window. He and Victor Osimhen, who moved to Galatasaray on loan last year, scored a combined 38 league goals in Napoli's title-winning season. Kvaratskhelia was also named Player of the Season by Serie A in 2023. Napoli leads Serie A with 44 points from 19 games, with Kvaratskhelia having scored 5 goals and contributed 3 assists in 17 league matches this season. League leaders Al Hilal thrashed Al Horoba 5-0 at the Al Jawf University Stadium on Saturday to top the Saudi Pro League on goal difference. Al Hilal's starting 11 was impacted by injuries to captain Salem Al Dawseri and top scorer Alexander Mitrovic, but it made little difference as the reigning champions cruised to victory. Al Hilal made a fast start, and their early attacks were rewarded with the penalty when winger Ahmed Mohamed Al-Khatani was brought down inside the box. Ruben Neves stepped up to convert the penalty and give his side that lead. Adnan Hamad is the new head coach of Al Rabah, and he will have plenty to think about after watching that match from the stands, knowing they are currently just 1 point above the relegation zone. Gwelling Chicharit and Ross Branch were focused to retire from the Dakar Rally following respective stage 6 crashes in their car and bike on Saturday. Frenchman Chicharit and his navigator Alex Winnock rolled and totaled their X-rayed Mini, while Branch of the Botswana crashed out of the 48-kilometer mark on his Hero Motorsports bike. South African Henk Letegan continued to lead the way in the car category, leading Yazid Al-Raji by 7 minutes and 16 seconds. Guillaume de Mevius won the stage from Hale to Al-Duwadini. Daniel Sanders maintained his lead in the bikes despite a 9th place finish. The Australian Red Bull KTM rider leads Tosha Shkwarena by 11 minutes and 46 seconds, while two-time champion Ricky Brasbeck, last year's winner, took stage honors. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pice. Thanks for watching.
This is the second Sunday of the year, and I hope you've gone to church in order to renew your New Year resolutions with the Lord and equally set your path straight. And of course, the year has started, and people are already out in the city, you know, going back to work, going back to school. And I hope that this year brings us nothing but good news and good tidings. And I am Quinsley Rowland.
And I am Charles Pius. This week we're going to go straight into halfway into the month already. First month of the year 2025. I do not know what your plans have been. I don't know what you have decided to do with your first 2 weeks or first 1 month of the year. But whatever it is, make sure it's about the foundation, laying the foundation for what you set to achieve in the days and the months that are just ahead. And endeavor to make sure that it's a good thing. Because just as you have planned to be a good boy or a good girl as you unfold the year, some persons are, thinking of being bad boys and bad girls in their own localities. So you got to be careful. Even as a person, be security conscious. Very important. I mean, we are in an era where security has become a huge problem. I've heard several things about these festivities, how people lost their vehicles. Some people even got disappeared, even in the midst of the celebration. Some people had an accident. So however it is, make sure that you are self-conscious and security conscious as well. Report every single thing that you see that is suspicious around your environment. Very important. Welcome everybody. Let's go straight to the dailies, the Nigerian newspapers this morning. Do stay with us. And so we begin on the Nigerian Tribune. They call it Sunday Tribune. On the weekday, it's called the Nigerian Tribune. Just above the mast, Atiku Mba Southeast senators congratulate new Ohanese leadership. Task Mbata on fostering unity across Nigeria.
Labour seeks dialogue with federal government over tax reform bills to clear grey areas.
Why I'm not thinking about 2027 elections, Makinde speaks. That's on page 11.
Health workers at UCH decry poor performance over power outage.
Federal government plotting to kill tertiary institutions. ASU cries out, urges Nigerians to rally against attempts to scrap TET fund.
Police bust robbers who specialize in killing Uber and Bolt lag ride drivers in Lagos. With the rider How We Killed Delta DPO arrested car thief confesses.
Ekiti's development, Oyebanji takes campaign to Abuja, meet works, education, humanitarian affairs ministers.
And we have, okay, that's it.
All right. We're moving over right now to the Punch newspaper. Sunday Punch above the masts, how NNPCL diverted 2.6 billion naira, $9 million. Sean probe invitations. This is from a special report.
Real reason I pleaded guilty to blasphemy, says jailed humanist.
Retired General Williams speaks, says NIA DSS should be disbanded for inability to track terrorism sponsors.
Over 26 senior officers redeployed in Army major shakeup.
2027. Anti-APC alliance seeks Obasanjo Gowon. Other VIPs backing, as on page 3, with the writer Shekarau Sean's PDP leads northern heavyweights to unseat Tinubu.
Herbert Macaulay would have wept over Nigeria's current condition, says 87-year-old nephew.
I do not know who should hear this, but you just have to listen to this. How craze for marathon sex sends men from pleasure beds to early graves. I mean, it's an interesting read. I needed to be slow in order to put this in your head, that it's not every time that you want long sex. I mean, it is wrong to have that thing in your head. Like you say, sex no be food, even though in some other climes I'll be beaten for saying that. But again, at 10, 15, 20 minutes, we'll just be on. I don't know why I'm talking about this, but it's okay.
What you're doing, so it's so funny. And we have American returnee leads robbery and kills Lagos Uber driver. You can imagine.
What did you say?
American returnee leads robbery and kills Lagos Uber driver.
Oh my God. You know, there's a whole lot that has happened with what has, you know, the festivities, like I mentioned.
We're just 2 weeks into the year.
I just got back people, you know. I think we've had enough. They should return back to where they're coming from.
I agree with you.
All right, we're moving over to the Sunday Times. National grid collapses again. You know why this headline is on? I think I saw another update that is false on Twitter yesterday, that nobody should listen to that it never happened. But I'm wondering why Sunday Times is taking it.
Okay, so on the Naira abuse, EFCC invites billionaire Razak Okoye's sons.
Okay. ABU set to honor Okonjo-Iweala with honorary degree.
President Bola Tinubu departs from Abu Dhabi.
Kano urges adherence to appeal court ruling on Emirate Council.
ILO expand SPP across Nigeria, targets for new states.
Sunday Vanguard, Sharia row rages in Southwest with the rider. Supporters expand demand as critics kick. Oyo won't permit illegality, says Makinde. Murage talks tough. I don't think we are ready to for Sharia courts. Christian elders' perspective on democracy, Sharia ideology.
On budget, we have how federal government should change health sectors, and it's on the page 5.
Big work in Oyo. Makinde takes stand on 2027 presidency.
Okoya at 85 says, I've spent all my life in industries I built.
Ohaneze election, one group, two presidents as IPOB clarifies position.
Emir Sanusi says, Kano government leads riot acts on court order.
All right. That's all on the Vanguard this morning, and that's just about it on the headlines. We're back with our reviewer this morning. Join us after this.
First, we have to take this headline that says, federal government plotting to kill tertiary institutions, says ASU cries out, and urges Nigerians to rally against attempt to scrap TED fund. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Oracle.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Quinsley. Good morning, Charles.
So
why are you so concerned about why should FG plot to kill tertiary institutions? ASU cries out. I think if ASU has issue with federal government, they should. Now, ASU is crying foul over TED fund. Since the federal government talked about or mooted the idea of scrapping TED fund. Now, the question is, before TED fund, and how long had TED fund stayed? Before TED fund, wasn't Nigerian universities existing? When they're existing and doing their own thing, why is it so that once the idea of TED fund the foundation of Nigerian university or Nigerian tertiary education?
We can't deny the fact that TED fund.
No, let's also. So who? Because when people talk, they forget. Okay, all this while that the TED fund has lasted, what did the universities do with the fund? Because if they line up all the achievement with the fund, then if a federal government plots about killing TED fund, then we can talk about it. But it's so much of an allegation to say federal government want to kill tertiary institutions. It's not in everywhere you criticize federal government and want to get support. I know ASU has issues with federal government. They should think about that and how to sort it out. That's my give on that. And they should also think about dialoguing. Let them present the blueprint of what universities have done with TED fund for the number of years it has been existing. Charles, how many years have TED fund been there? And how many years have Nigerian tertiary institution been there? Almost since independence. So why should TED fund that was brought into to assist Nigerian university there? If you move the idea of moving it up, then there will be so much. It means that federal government want to strangle tertiary institutions. Now let's look at it. As where people say, before the origin or the coming of groundnut, were our people eating goat drops? No. So they should, I think, sort the other issues they have federal government. And leave the TED fund alone. If the federal government thinks TED fund is not achieving its results, probably they move it aside and bring another fund. Everybody in Nigeria needs fund. What do we do with it? Nobody asks for it. That's about it. Well, and if they deny the fact that there's no corruption in TED fund, and how it has been dispensed and then they should come and swear with Ogun.
Even the taking of oath of office But the Nigerian government isn't done with Ogun. Why would this one be with Ogun?
No, if you're so serious, these days there's this massive decline. Everybody going back to the root. People think, and it has become an issue. I was listening to the governor of Anambra State addressing some bishops. He said, the whole country and the south is most important. They are moving back to the ancient days. Now they want to go back to traditional things and erection of shrines and all. So if they are massive that, it should involve, even the government shouldn't be left behind. They wanted to take oaths, they should take it with Amadioha and Ujuku and Allah and all the shrines. But that's by the way. I think that Ted Fund scrapping may not mean that the federal government want to kill, because you can kill tertiary institution and no government will want to do that.
NIA DSS should be scrapped or disbanded for their inability to track terrorism sponsors. This is coming from retired General Williams.
Retired General Williams, for so long, has been a very strong frontline activist in Nigeria. And for some time, I've not heard from him. For him to come back and say this. And at the time I know him, he has wear these grey beards, meaning that at this point, he is qualified to look at all situations and make some comment. And when such people make comment on certain issues, you shouldn't pretend you didn't hear it. So why are we telling ourselves lies? Why do we have chains and chains of security agencies? And we are sitting on terrorists and security issues. No solution. They only hear people arrested, the next day they are released, the next day they are rehabilitated and put back into the system. These are what you hear, and no serious action. Quite recently we had, even when we don't even have what they call them, the people that actually kill people in prison, what they call it, the one that when they condemn you to death, there are people that it is their job to go and kill you. The job has gone more an extinction. What they call it? They say something masters. They call them
snipe masters.
No. They don't. It's not snipe. But when you are condemned, and the day they will be killed, they are the people who will bring you up, and then you choose how you want to die, either to be strangled or to be put on an electric chair. But such job does not exist in Nigerian prison because of human rights and all that.
Right.
But we still find somewhere. Not long ago, some people were condemned. They were condemned to death by Nigerian legal system. Now, if people, we have not heard of anybody caught in insecurity-related issues that have been condemned to death. But these people are agents of death. What are we telling ourselves? Why are we using what they call it, pomade, to rub critical issues that have decimated Nigeria? And the general said, why do we have NIA, DSS, and all? What are they doing? They don't have a single, for how many years? It's over 2 decades of Nigeria sitting on it. Clear case that Nigeria is appearing at the world level as a nation that is insecure, and no single person. They only hear rumors, and people will turn to political rumors, and they turn to the call names of who they say is rumor. The next day they deny and all that. And our security apparatus have not come out to say, even if to give us an idea.
In fact, in 2019, there was a list that was out, sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. That list came out from UAE government. And these are expensive research that has been done. There were individuals that were mentioned. There were companies that were mentioned. In fact, there were details of the monies, how they are moved to some of these terrorist organizations in 2019. At least I know I read that in the news. If not for anything, I remember clearly. The names are around 50 at the time. And that was a time when Buhari was in power. I really don't know why we still have these issues, because if we really want to do something, I know that we would do it and get it done. But over time, we've seen that when government is interested in something, it almost always doesn't come to a point where we get success in it.
One of the
former presidents, I think it was Babangida or so, or Abacha, there was a quote that was attributed to him. He says that if insecurity or banditry or even any form
lasts
of
for 24 hours, the government is
aware of it, or it has a hand in it.
Now, what kind of interest will a government of a nation have in something that has decimated? If you see the figures of how much money that has gone into this, how much money is big industry, more than what Nigeria.
You just mentioned, it's an industry.
It's an industry. So it's a sector. Now, is it that the government is taking tax from it? Is it not blood money? Who are in control? And the government is not aware? Why are we telling ourselves lies? That's why it's simply so complex. When that list is released from another country about people sponsoring insecurity in your country, you didn't do anything. What did the federal government of Nigeria do when that list came in 2019? At least when you read it in the Nigerian newspaper, or the record will still be there, somebody would have said, this is what the government said or do or did then. Nothing. We just continue on the same pedestal, losing people, innocent people, dying every day. Think about Zamfara. Think about it. I'm not talking about Zamfara too far. Think about Southeast. What is happening? And we have, the only thing that the DSS and all the people will be waiting for is who will say anything against the government and they will pick you up. And we have issues that is dealing with everybody, even them themselves are not so much secured from this. So why are we not, for once, coming out together to think about this? That even some Nigerians, when they talk about it, they say everybody will close their mouth because you don't even know who you are talking to. There's so much distrust when it comes to issue of security in Nigeria. You don't know who to talk about. Because you have had issues of some people when open their mouth to talk about it, the next day something happened to them. It cannot be accounted for. So why are we doing this to ourselves? And we expect God for heaven to come down? When people have positions, what are they doing with it? They said anybody who feed on your brethren for dinner, you have gone to bed on empty stomach. They really want year when and when people, for whatever interest they have, maybe monetary or political, and they allow Nigerians to be dying, and they keep quiet. One day, monkey will go market, no go return. Because whatever a man sow must reap. If he doesn't reap it now, he will reap it in next generation. But all the same, reap. And that's the only thing that is very clear. If nothing works, if nobody believes anything, that's the only thing that has remained permanent. And God has been faithful with that. Whatever any man sow, he will reap. So when people sow, what they call it, political interest against the security of lives and property of their own people, and these are the people we expect to be patriotic, we want them to come out and line up and sing national anthem. When they're not sure they will get home after singing the national anthem. Well, look at it.
Right.
Okay.
Interesting. So,
in Punch, NNPCL, my friends, diverted 2.6 trillion and they still shunned probe. That's the report. 2.6 trillion. I didn't get whether it's naira or dollars.
It's in naira actually.
Yeah, naira.
Yes.
That was $9 million. And they shun probe. This is the same country where? Who else can shun probe if not people who are well protected? If an NPCL cannot account for this money, and they sit down there, and we want people say they are not telling us the truth, how can we trust them? So they just do Nigeria, the more you look, the less you see. And everybody shouting, Diziani Madekes found loot. Some people are already suggesting to federal government how to make sure the loot is returned and used. The ones that have been returned, where are they? Who probed how they are used? And on what were they used? And this one that somebody cannot come and sit there and submit themselves for probe and report, accountability. And those are the people who control almost the lifeline of Nigeria, NNPCL. Well, good luck to them. But I've said, once we continue to tell ourselves lies as a nation, we continue to reap. We reap lies. In fact, it's not even lies. We reap whatever we get. Because part of the insecurity happening in Nigeria is about lies that the people have been telling the people in authority. Some people can't handle it. They find a way of giving, fighting back the society. And then when you do not have what it takes, like you can go to equity with clean hands. That's why everything happens now. It becomes state of nature, survival of the fittest. And woe betide the person, the masses, like us, who can survive. So we just float and depend on, every day we call upon God to save us. While these people are using the physical security we have, platoon of army, police, and navy and all, with the retinue of convoys, and pushing people around, using bulala on people to get out of the road for the guards to pass. The same country. But you cannot guarantee that you leave one point to another, even when you can't enter bus, public transport. You can't trek and go home without being your life being threatened. So what are we talking about? If Nigeria starts losing it, we'll be talking about at least speaking of Igbo gradually. Nigeria is going melting like wax before the fire.
Chris, speaking about speaking of survival of the fittest, we have this story that says American returnee leads robbery and kills Lagos Uber driver. What's your take?
He can return from America to Nigeria. It's only in Nigeria. There was this drama actor written by Olarotimi, and the children in that drama were singing, London Bridge is falling down, falling down. And the man came out, one of the teachers, and said, children, London is the only place where bridges fall down. Nigeria is the only place where you can return from America and rob and kill. Why didn't he lead robbery in America? That leads a lot of questions. Porous security, vulnerable people, and the complex society. Because before you know it, there will be a man from one tribe. And then the people who are the complexity of Nigeria, if it turns down to it becomes either Okoye or Okaf or Musa, somebody will begin to chew their words. And they won't come out to pull the justice and invoke that sword of justice. Let it cut blindly, whoever it gets. But in Nigeria will bring tribalism, political affiliate into everything, and we are suffering. People are dying. Because when the matter becomes serious, you want to know, is he an Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba? Is he a Gala, Fulani, or what? And God knows why he put us in giving us such diversity that become our power. But woe betide Nigeria, because he has become he's marrying us, he's not making us. And it's high time we sit down and reflect on this. A returnee. Nobody has asked when these returnees are coming back. Are they returned? Are they deported? Because if they are deported, they should be kept somewhere for profiling and rehabilitation. But then the thing goes, once you pass through the airport, they come into the country, and when we open our borders to such things, this is what we get.
Ohanes Ndigbo had an election over the weekend, Friday, just to wrap things up. And it does look like there's another election that happened in Port Harcourt. And we have two President General laying claim to the coveted seat of the Ohanes Ndigbo President General. What's your take on that? I'm sure you must have seen the details. I saw
the details, but yesterday we were listening to one spokesperson of the Ohanese, who was a member of the panel, of the election panel, because the headquarters of Ohanese is known to be in ENUGU. and they have the ones when 3 months before the election, they've all declared to the world that they've ceded, because of constitutionally, they've ceded the position to River State. That is the turn of River State produce, and they say River State. And the people of Rivers are still making noise, whether it's Ikwere or Gunyo. Nobody, the position of your Oneze said, they ceded that. So whoever they give becomes that. And we thought the thing is over. Now we find out that whatever is making sure that no single power block stands to speak with one voice, that power is destructive. If they now get into, when they finish with Ohaneze, they will get into Arewa and the Odua People's Congress. And those people will be, when they start having factions of these blocks of power, you know what that means to Nigeria? Nigeria is here to see what's going to happen. Because how can election hold in Enugu? And the next one, you have a one in Port Harcourt. And the same people in Port Harcourt say they are not part of, a lot of voices coming from there said they are not part of, so why should they go to, even when they say they are not, if the election is out there. I'm not a member. By birth, I should be, have sympathy for Haneze. But not a Haneze that is beclouded with, issues of factionalization and all. When the coast is clear, you will know that the thing that happening, things happening to make sure that no group of people stand together to talk with one voice. It's a powerful thing that is happening to destroy Nigeria. And some people who is afraid of Ohaneze has not been that but when they see that if the way the Ohaneze is going, that maybe then somebody will get interested and say, the way I see Ohaneze, they're going like what happened to the Tower of Babel. Happening to Haneze, and it will be a disaster. Because it will be like people who have been, they told you that they're going to roast you, and they go now to start taking bath with fuel. That if they can afford it, or any other of this inflammable, they use it to take their bath. So that's the way I look at what is happening on Haneze. But whatever happens, we know the election that held at the headquarters of Haneze in Enugu, the one most people, good-minded people, might be wanting to follow. But whatever happens in Nigeria, this is a country where anything happens. A lot of people congratulated Mbata, who was elected in Enugu, and there was a very clear documentation of the process of that election. So what happened in Nigeria, even at the federal level, they will tell you, INEC will tell you, go to court.
Right.
So the court will eventually decide which one is legitimate Ohaneze leadership, and that's the one everybody want to follow. So good luck to the two factions. Congratulations to Mbata, we know. I don't know the name of the other faction. Uche Okuko. Congratulations also to you. At the end of it all, Egwu ya honye nkatike.
Let's leave it there. Many thanks for being part of the program. Chris, for your input, many thanks. We truly appreciate.
Thank you.
We're back shortly after this. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is New Day on Signature TV. It's Sunday, the 12th of January 2025. So today we're going to be just taking a look at what has happened throughout the week. On Monday, apparently, some major economic policies that shaped 2024 with Dr. Stan Ukeje was discussed. For those who missed it, here is how it went.
The impact of the changes made by government since 2023 is still with us, and in some instances intensifying in an adverse sense. Private people, firms and households have been adjusting, but the room for adjustment is limited because inflation has been with us for a while. Unemployment has been with us for a while. Low production has been with us for a while. So the savings for the households and companies or firms is low. So the adjustment is painful. People are adjusting by dropping certain things. If you were buying a load of water for 13,000 naira 3 years ago and you are now asked to pay 50,000, water is an essential, so you may have to drop changing your dress, traveling in order to have water. So those are drastic changes, very, very drastic, and the prospects for adjustment or containment doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, some of the reasons why some Nigerians think that the government might be a little bit insensitive is, you know, when these policies are rolled out, everybody knows where this is headed. I mean, you know, when you remove oil subsidy, things are going to go up. There were promises of cushioning the effect of the so-called policy, but it does look like it was a deliberate effort or deliberate policy to impoverish Nigerians, even though on one hand they say they now free monies in order to do other things. Do you think those Nigerians are justified with those thoughts?
Two things I will call your attention to. There's a Chinese wisdom that says that a time of crisis is a time of opportunity. So some of these crises are opportunity for people. So the people who instigate it have something to benefit. So they go ahead. Secondly, there's a professor of economics, Professor Sita Obu. He said, when you want to evaluate a public official, identify the people they are afraid of. If you want to evaluate a public official, check who he or she is afraid of. In most countries that we try to copy, we call them advanced countries, politicians or public officials are afraid of public opinion, which can show in elections. But here, they are neither afraid of public opinion nor believe that they can be elected, they can be thrown out of office. So they have no fear, and therefore they do what they like. So that is the simple situation in which we are. Because if public opinion mattered, you will be watching out for where the public is standing for the next election. Of course, somebody may decide to lose on the basis of principle that I believe that this is the correct thing. Regardless of what the public thinks, maybe eventually the public will come to know what somebody like Jimmy Carter was somebody whose lifestyle was influenced by Christianity. When the Iranians attacked the U.S. embassy in, he could have used nuclear weapons. He could have invaded them massively, but he didn't do that. He tried to negotiate with them. When warmongers around him persuaded him to mount a military operation, it was a limited operation. Unfortunately, it failed, but he took it like a Christian and continued his life. People who voted for him voted against him in the second round, in his re-election. But he was glad to lose because he didn't want to do certain things that are against his ethics.
Do you think that could, repeat itself in 2027?
Well, in Nigeria, you don't have such people. I think Nnamdi Azikiwe was a man that was well brought up. He may not call him a Christian in the type of banner sense, but he is philosophically equipped. Jonathan was that kind of person, maybe because he came from a very small group and therefore had nobody to fight for him. Or he was thrown into politics by circumstances beyond his control. So he didn't think that he had, power. Like he said, I would rather nobody die for me to be in office. But some people will think that the whole people can die and they remain in office. And that's why when you elect people to offices, they convert it to power. But what the Constitution creates is office for performance of duties. But those who acquire it turn it to power to insist that they remain there and prevent others from ever nearing that office.
President Tinubu's visit to Enugu State with Barrister Chukwunonso Ogbe stating.
Anyway, to some of us, we are not excited with the fact that the president visited Enugu State because the visit of Mr. President is what I would refer to as one of the ceremonial activities conventionally carried out by presidents in time past in this country, because we have what we refer to as the exclusive legislative list and then the concurrent list in the Nigerian Constitution, in which case the federal government is expected to carry into force the provisions of the exclusive legislative list for the benefit of the Nigerian people, while the governments of the various federating units are expected to carry into force the provisions of the concurrent and residual legislative list. Having said that, Mr. President came to Enugu State to commission projects allegedly executed by the government of Enugu State. I was thinking that while doing that, Mr. President should have also concurrently commissioned projects executed by the federal government for the benefit of the people of Enugu State, being projects that ordinarily should fall within the ambit of the exclusive legislative list. Because Mr. President became the president of this country in 2023, and here we are in 2025. And in a few weeks' time, he must have spent 2 years in office. So I thought that by now that the president should be telling us that so and so projects which he commissioned, that they be perfectly in order, or that they will be in the right state for public use, maybe from the month of May 2025. But that was not to be the case. He came to commission the projects executed by the government of Enugu State under the watch of the current governor of the state. So to some of us, it does not excite. With due respect, Mr. President's visit to a great extent began to be a ceremonial exercise because he came to see things for himself. He came to commission the projects executed by the head of the executive arm of government in Enugu State. So it should have been a very wonderful outing had it been that while commissioning the projects executed by the government of Enugu State, he also will concurrently commission the projects executed for the benefit of Enugu people by the federal government of Nigeria, and that never happened, to the best of my knowledge. Okay.
You sound really disappointed about the commissioning of this project that were executed by the present governor of Enugu State. The promises that he had made about the security, the railways, the Anambra State, Anambra Basin, there's so many promises he had made. Do you agree with those promises? Do they seem like something that can actually come out in the near future?
promises to me should be made during campaigns. And when the business of governance must have taken off, then additional promises could be made in addendum to the ones earlier made. During electioneering campaigns, the candidates are expected to tell the people what they want to do for them. And then when they are given the opportunity to prove their merit leadership-wise, they will now embark on lines of action geared towards fulfilling the promises made. And in the course of doing that, you will now say that when I came to ENUGU in 2023, I promised to do so and so thing. Now I have done that, or I'm already on it. I'm pleading with the people to give me some time that before the end of my tenure in office, I will be able to complete some and so projects, and that with the support of the people, I will also do some and so things. I also intend to execute so and so projects. Now, having said that, I thought about security. Interestingly, the government of ENUGU State, from what we are told, purchased some vehicles for the purpose of enhancing the security architecture of the state. And to the best of my knowledge, as far as security is concerned, security of lives and property, which is one of the basic responsibilities of the Nigeria Police Force, is under the control of the federal government. We know as a fact that, going by the same provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, that the governor is the chief security officer of the state, in which case there's nothing wrong with the governor, making available facilities that will help improve the security situation of his state. But I thought Mr. President should have been the one to, take care of the provision of facilities and infrastructure for the Nigerian Police Force or any other security agency in the state, for the purpose of seeing to it that they carry out their duties in a more professional manner. And just the same way the federal government at times do reimburse state governors who execute infrastructural projects for the benefit of their people, the funds expended in the course of carrying out such projects. Maybe Mr. President will have said, Enugu state government, you have tried in providing vehicles for the police. I'm going to liaise with the necessary authorities when I get back to Abuja to reimburse the funds that have been spent in procuring these vehicles, so that the governor can now use same for the purposes of executing other projects for the benefit of Enugu people. That never happened. He talked about the Blue Way rail line. Under the watch of former President Muhammadu Buhari, I think the Southeast geopolitical zone was, was skinned out as far as that particular facet of transportation is concerned. I thought that the current president will have deemed that to be an emergency in the spirit of fairness, in the spirit of giving the people of the Southeast a sense of belonging. As I speak, to the best of my knowledge, that is not the case. And with the amendments to the Nigerian Constitution effected of late, both the states, federating states, and the federal government now wield concurrent powers over railway. So I thought that before now, that Mr. President, and possibly while working hand in glove with the government of Enugu State, headed by the governor of Enugu State, should have done something tangible or should have embarked on reasonable line of action before now.
And still on Tuesday, we had a conversation regarding the president's visit to Enugu State. We had the PDP chairman, Dr. Chukwuemeka, give us an insight into the significance of the visit of President Tinubu to Enugu.
The president really wanted to come, and he had heard a lot about Enugu, and the idea was that if he comes and sees for himself, they to make meaning. So it is very, very significant to all of us in Enugu State. The Enugu are impressed with that visit. The turnout was enormous. Preparation for it was so wonderful, and eventually it turned out to be a great event. We're happy about that.
Right, in meeting with the stakeholders at the government house where he took questions, were you surprised that these very important questions, especially as it relates to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, was not asked?
Well, the president came to Enugu to commission projects. It was a state visit. And I don't think that was the proper forum to start talking about that release. If we want to talk about release, we should visit the president and know when he comes, you start asking for such things.
But I mean, so many persons and so many quarters have said the reason why security situation or insecurity situation persists in the southeast is because Nnamdi Kanu is still being held. I mean, that's one thing that I've been reeling out since his rearrest.
Now we presuppose that Enugu is more insecure than Borno State. But those northern states are much more in the light of insecurity than the southeast. So I don't think they are that related. The issue is that Nigeria has some insecurity issues, bandits, Boko Haram, all those things.
But that sentiment persists. You know that.
Yes, no, I know. It still persists, but it has to be addressed squarely, not just that the president came to Enugu to commission projects. They start asking him to release now. People have sent delegations to even before this president came in, and the request has been ongoing. And the president at the national level, I mean the president, both the former and the present one, they are still saying they're looking into it. I know sometimes when things like that come up, because something is in court, the president can always say, it's in court. I don't want to, what they call it, sub judice or whatever. So, but I think political solutions can still come into it. Our people are still pursuing that particularly. It's very important to us because of many reasons.
Okay, the president had come to commission some projects that were established in the state. And what specific projects or investments were unveiled or discussed during this particular visit?
Investment. I mean, the
projects, yes.
The projects that he came to commission were so many. In short, maybe he'll still come again after a short while. But mainly the International Conference Center, which has been standing there for like close to 20 years, uncompleted. It's a landmark thing. So one person was telling me that even if the governor does not do anything again, you know, that one alone is enough. Since it has been standing for close to 20 years, and he came and did it. It was actually done in 6 months. It wasn't started as soon as he came into office. It was one of the ESCO meetings that the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism raised it up. It was discussed at ESCO and it was approved. It took 6 months to put that place functional. And the idea is that if it had been done earlier, it probably would have cost the state less, much less. Because after 20 years, a lot of dilapidation has gone on. So that one is seen as the most important and significant of all the projects commissioned, followed by the Command Control Center. You talk about insecurity. While we are still pleading for the release, we have to put things in check to control the security situation. So the governor came up with a wonderful idea to have the whole state policed with cameras. And there's a central command in the government house where everything happening in any part of Enugu is being viewed. And of course the DRS vehicles, about 150 of them that were also commissioned, all of them carrying the AI cameras.
Sorry, hold that thought. The process of taking out officials, security officials from the highways and placing cameras there, how visible is this project? How effective is it going to be in terms of curbing insecurity in the southeast?
Well, I think it will go a long way because when you have security, that was part of what somebody requested from the president.
Yes.
Now, if you have what they call stop and check, you have somebody staying stationed at about 2 kilometers, okay, not 2 kilometers, maybe about 500 meters from 9th mile. Another one about another 500 meters from 9th mile. They are 500 meters apart. Something happens 250 meters in between, they won't know. People come out from the bush and pick somebody, they won't know. All those cameras are meant to complement each other. Where one stops, another one starts.
And on Wednesday, we took a look at the 2025 Outlook Nigerians in Diaspora with Professor Uchenna Ekwo. Stay glued to the screen.
All I just can say is that, looking at the impact of the diaspora in economic development, in exchanging knowledge and skills and all that, it's be more profound, because as we are also experiencing the innovation in the technology sector, some of these things will foster more engagement of the diaspora, with their homelands. So I envisage a situation where there will still, because there's going to be an increase in that, in migration, obviously. It's not just in Nigeria, it's across the world. As a matter of fact, even the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation, talks about how there is going to be an increase in migration around the world. So more than about 7 million people will move from their homelands to other countries. So Nigeria is also part of that, and I just do hope that the government will also find a way of engaging the diaspora more effectively to enhance the investment you're talking about. On my personal level, just shortly before I came back, I had a meeting with the Consul General of Nigeria in New York. So he gave me an assignment to help to really convene a forum to discuss investment potentials in Nigeria. Because prior to this moment, the former Consul General had initiated a similar initiative, because then I remember his name again, but I think they reassigned him to he's an ambassador somewhere in what was this, Fidel Castro's country,
Cuba?
Cuba, yeah. So, and because a lot of people, unfortunately, do not know that the role of the Consul General is to also emphasize business development in their native countries.
Right.
But what seems to be happening is that a lot of people don't even know who to meet, the appropriate agency, appropriate individuals to contact for them to invest in Nigeria. So that's a big problem. And also, in our embassies, I can also, because these are real things, I'm not just saying it in theory. You call the embassy, you can't get a response. And that's not healthy. So I would wish that, as a matter of fact, I also intend to discuss with Abike Dabiri, anytime I run into him in New York. Because the challenge actually is that some of us are able to do our own little bit to coordinate, reach out to our contacts, but sometimes they don't have the appropriate mechanism or the appropriate contact to read that. Sometimes they complain about this fraud here and there because they run into the wrong hands. So government has to really do more, in doing that. And I think the current Consul General, Jida Abubakar, probably is open to such conversation. He also told me about how he's also dealing with some Latin American countries in that respect. So the point I'm making is that some of us who have the interest of our native countries at heart, especially in terms of investment in different ways, even, it's not just a matter of business per se, even transfer of knowledge and skills.
All right.
We're also committed to that, because there are some of these intangible investments that we don't really see. So it's not when I come to invest, build an industry here that you think I'm contributing. On a personal level, I'm also engaged even in development of the education sector here. You may not notice that. But I'm also trying to help some of them expand their horizon. Even exchange programs. Some faculty members here, I'm helping them to have some faculty research exchange between some faculty members here and over there. Same thing, student exchange programs. I also assist some students get admission and things like that, So those are the little things we can do as, people who realize that there are a lot of potential here that are not harnessed because of certain problems.
Yeah.
So there are many things we can talk about in this area, but personally, I do this on a regular basis. I mean, the permanent observer of the African Union in New York, incidentally, Miss Carey, she's also a Nigerian. You know, she's also helping out, because these are contacts I do have that I try to bring even some other African countries occasionally to have a forum to discuss some of these potentials. But the basic problem, which I think they really have to address, is to make sure that any potential investor should have the right information of where to go and what to do without falling into the wrong hands. Because sometimes when they fall into the wrong, they just label all of us as fraudulent people.
And on Thursday, we spoke about the dismissal of fraudulent EFCC operatives. We had Barrister Gordon Onwusi giving us an insight into how that would impact on the image of the EFCC. To stay with us.
I think it's good to start from the history of the EFCC itself. The EFCC is a brainchild of then President Olusegun Obasanjo. He sponsored an executive bill that metamorphosed into the EFCC Establishment Act 2004. And that act gave the EFCC very wide powers with regard to fighting corruption. It gave them the power to investigate economic and financial crimes, to enforce rules and law regarding economic and financial crimes, and then to prosecute offenders of economic and financial crimes. With this, you find operatives of EFCC coming in contact with highly exposed political office holders, because those are the people actually that the act actually came to assist the government in fighting, because of the tendency for people to pilfer public funds. So in the course of it, a lot of them get involved in because of meeting these people, there are tendencies for there to be temptations. Because when you're dealing with a governor, a past governor who has amassed a lot of wealth, a senator, a minister, there's a tendency for them to tempt some of these operatives. And then human beings being what they are, and then that EFCC as an institution being part of the society called Nigeria, there are bound to be some bad eggs, just like you have in most establishments. So I think it is those bad eggs that have now been identified, some of them, because a lot of times you find a lot of EFCC operatives living conspicuously above their means. And these are products of corrupt tendencies, because a lot of things they do are not things that they get from their salary. A lot of times in Nigeria, a lot of people keep asking the question, who will watch the watchdog? Because EFCC is the watchdog. And the law establishes, gives EFCC itself self-cleansing mechanism by way of administrative ways of cleansing what they do. I think it is that self-cleansing mechanism that they have applied in identifying those 27 people. There are still many within the system. And this step, I think, will begin to give Nigerians more confidence with regard to EFCC, because a lot of people had lost confidence in EFCC as an anti-graft agency because of certain things, corruptive tendencies. Maybe with this, with the new helmsman there, Olukayode, I think Nigerians might begin to have a rethink about the fact that a lot of Nigerians have written off EFCC as an anti-graft agency prior to now.
Interesting. So now that it has happened, the next thing would be whether they would also change in their actions and activities. Because like you mentioned, these people get exposed by the virtue of the fact that they're dealing with those who have been exposed to government officers. They will be exposed to politicians as well. I mean, like you noted that some of them live way above their means. You can't be having somebody earning as low as 250 or 200,000 in today's Nigeria, and you're having them drive Benz, having them drive, even ML 350, these days. But these are what happens, around town. But there's even one other issue that is keeps coming out: the way and manner that they go about arresting other people, like the Yahoo boys. I mean, there's largely no week that passes without them announcing they have raided a place, they've knocked down the place. And even recently we heard about the invasion of a radio station in ENUGU State, how they went about it and the manner that they went about it. Do you think that, the EFCC should try as much as possible right now to start thinking of training and retraining of staff in the way and manner that they engage, with people, with a view of at least being professional in the discharge of their duties?
There is actually need for them to keep training and retraining. There is no end to education in every facet of life. So retraining their staff with changing circumstances is actually required, especially with the way they relate with the people watch.
This is New Day on Signature TV, and today we're going to be switching our discussions towards talking about the Nigeria-China currency swap. That happened some, few years back, as a matter of fact, and the president recently, President Tinubu, says that he wouldn't mind increasing that swap deal, increasing it from $2 billion to something a little more, because apparently it will give Nigeria and China a better understanding and a better pedestal for economic growth for the two nations. We have with us a social political analyst by the passing of Okoro Vincent on the platform Zoom this morning. Can you hear me, Okoro Vincent? You're welcome. Good morning, Okoro Vincent. Okoro, can you hear me? Okay, we're hoping that Okoro Vincent joins us. Or better still, maybe unmute his device. Okoro Vincent, can you hear me? Okay, we're headed for a short break. Let's go on that break. When we come back, we'll hopefully connect to Okoro.
I don't know how we are going to do this because I can barely hear you guys. The volume, the sound from your end, is coming through my ear. It's not coming from the loudspeaker. It's coming from the earpiece. So it's not coming from the loudspeaker. So I can barely hear you.
Okoro Vincent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I have to draw very close in order for me to get what you are saying right now.
Okay, so
again, let me see.
So at least you can hear what I'm saying. So let's just go on with it. Can you just give us a straight point, a straight line as to what exactly is this currency swap and why is it important between Nigeria and China?
Okay. First and foremost, I think I believe you have introduced me already to our audience. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good. So I believe you have introduced me to our audience. I'm Mr. Vincent Okoro, and by the grace of God, I'm a development economist, and then I'm a public affairs analyst. I'm an advocate of an egalitarian society, as a matter of fact. So we are talking about currency swap between Nigeria and Ghana. I mean Nigeria and China. Yeah. Now, first and foremost, currency swap is an idea, it's an economic idea, that has come to stay as far as the relationship between Nigeria and China is concerned. Some years back during the Buhari-led administration, the idea of how we can, foster our trade and economic relationship with China as a country and also as an economy, came to fore. And then the government decided to come with this idea of currency swap. Now, the idea of currency swap is all about how we can get things easily done when it comes to trade between Nigeria and China. Now, before this time, the standard currency that is being used to trade world over is the dollar. As a matter of fact, the United States dollar, is the standard currency. Now, what that means is that if a Nigeria importer wants to get goods or service from China, he will have to change the Nigerian currency, be the naira, to the US dollar. Then you take the US dollar to the Chinese economy. Then you change it again to the Chinese yuan or whatever currency they use over there, before you can now trade with your prospective trade partner or customer over there in China. And then from what I have said, you can see that there's going to be some man-hour lost. And then when you do transfer of money or change of currency, you don't expect that those who facilitate such transaction will go home. They will just tell you thank you, or you just tell them thank you and they go home. You have to pay for it. So what that means is that when our people here, or our government or whoever that's involved in trading with China, they spend time, and then they also spend their resources, their hard-earned money, trying to go through the middleman, being the United States dollars in this case, before they can now transact with China. And then China, from all that we know, are a major trade partner, or we have a major trade relationship with China as one of the major players in the world economy. Most of the things that are being used in Nigeria, whether it is household goods and services, whether it is for industrial purposes, and just mention it, the majority of them, as it stands today, comes from the Chinese economy. So it makes little sense for we to find ourselves in a situation where, we can actually have this understanding of having an agreement for currency swap with China. Then we'll now start, going the other way. It will make little sense, where we can actually exchange our currency with theirs. Then we'll now take the other way of changing to the US dollar before we can get things from them. Then, if they themselves too are equally coming over to Nigeria to get one thing or the other, then before now they have to change their Chinese yuan to US dollar before they can get our own goods and services. So the two countries, headed by our CBN and the People's Bank of China, decided to come together and say, no, let us have a fixed exchange rate between Nigeria and the Chinese between the naira and the Chinese yuan, so that for a particular period of time, and then for a particular volume of exchange, I mean in terms of the total amount of expected exchange for a particular period of time, so that there can be seamlessness as far as trade and exchange between our country, Nigeria, and China is concerned. So that was how the currency swap between Nigeria and China came about. And I want to say that I want to say quickly that it has been a sweet roller coaster since this agreement came on board. Our businessmen, our our economy as a whole, our drive for infrastructural development in the country, in Nigeria, and so on and so forth, has taken an upward dive, since this agreement came on board. So the point in note is that here is that the currency swap between Nigeria and Ghana and China has come to stay, and then it's important that it is sustained because the gain thereof, are enormous.
Vincent, you said that the currency swap is important and it should be sustained in Nigeria. What do you think are the potential risks of dependency on Chinese financial policies and markets for Nigeria?
Okay, if first and foremost, we need to establish if there are potential risks, as far this agreement of currency swap between Nigeria and Ghana is concerned. Well, like we used to say, every coin have a head and a tail. Everything that has an advantage have its consequential disadvantage. So on that note, I will not rule out the fact that there are potential pitfalls as far our relationship with the Chinese economy based on this currency swap. I will not say that there are no attendant risk or shortcomings. Now, for instance, if you are relating with one person at a time, if you have an opportunity to relate with one person at a time, what that means is that there are 5 persons. Then the other 4 have to step back while your relationship with that particular person is concerned. Like they used to say that I cannot chase 2 rats at the same time. Then I can say that the relationship between Nigeria and let me say some other countries like the US in this case, I cannot say that it will be a funny one, any longer, because the world as it is capitalist in nature. People want to have an advantage, as far international trade relations is concerned. So by the time now, since this currency swap between Nigeria and China came to stay, you can see the volume of trade relation, infrastructural development, and all the rest of them that has happened between Nigeria and China. Now, what that means is that there are other countries whom Nigeria have been dealing with all these years who are now at the receiving end as far a kind of a short change is concerned. Now, for instance, the Lekki deep port, that was built by Chinese company, and then you look at the numerous rail lines that have been built by a Chinese company in the name of CCECC. Now you can see that ordinarily you expect that maybe German companies, US companies, Japanese companies, and so on and so forth would have been the ones that would have built all this infrastructure. Then if you look at the ease of trade between China and Nigeria, businessmen, let me put it that way, in Nigeria and China, you will see that, if you want to import electronics, for instance, we have electronics that are made in the US, in UK, in Germany, and so on and so forth. But now, a lot of our electronics are now being imported from China. So it means that other countries are at a disadvantage as a result of this particular trade policy. Then you will now agree with me that, the government, the people of all these other countries that are a disadvantage will not really be finding it a smooth relation, between Nigeria and their own country. So that is the only point where I think that there's a disadvantage there. Okay. Another one that we can look at is overbearing, a possible overbearing influence of the government of China on Nigeria. There's this funny talk. They were saying that the Nigerians are now getting a lot of assistance in form of loan from China, and then by the time we are unable to pay back, we'll be at their mercy. Some of our infrastructure will be taken over by the, normally those are just what I would term as street talk anyway. Now, but we cannot rule out the fact that in this whole arrangement, the Chinese government, the Chinese, the People's Bank of China, have the dominant opinion as far as this agreement is concerned. Meaning that, it has to be in their interest first before the interest of our country, Nigeria, is considered. So, and in that case, when you are in a bilateral relationship where you don't have equal rights or an upper hand, in negotiation, then we can term that as a pitfall. We can term that as a disadvantage. We can term that as a risk that can have consequences, especially on the long run. So that's what I have to say with respect to that.
Okay, Vincent, you've stated the advantages and disadvantages, and as well we know that Nigeria is an independent country, but this alliance now, won't it influence Nigeria's discourse on economic sovereignty and self-reliance, being that Nigeria is an independent country?
Exactly. It's just an extension of what I just said a while ago. It is natural, for humans to be competitive, for humans to, for individual persons, in this case, individual nation, to want to have an upper hand as far whatever connects, their relationship is concerned. Now you see that China is not a third world country. China is not a developing country. Their economy is far more developed than Nigeria economy. And then it is important for us to note that this idea of currency swap, didn't emanate from the Chinese government or their central bank. It's an initiative, of the past administration, ably led by former President Muhammadu Buhari. Now, we were looking at a situation where, there will be ease of trade, because before this time, you can imagine what was happening to our foreign reserve, where every now and then you have to go and dip, to get dollar, to get currency in dollar, to get our developmental prospecting at the forefront, or to realize our developmental prospect. I'm talking about on the part of the government now. Now, for our government to have approached China and say, okay, please, can we do this? Can we have a system where we don't have to go to the US to get their dollar before we can trade with you? Then it means that we are the ones at the pleading end. We are the ones that initiated this idea. And what will happen is that it's like we are the ones submitting to the whim and caprices of China as far as this issue of currency swap is concerned. So what that means is that it is very easy for the Chinese government, for the Chinese economy, ably led by the People's Bank of China, to take advantage of that, to influence happening in Nigeria beyond these economic gains that we are looking at. So that is where I see a kind of pitfall that could affect our sovereignty. You agree with me that there are a lot of meetings, that goes on across the world, where countries have to come together and say, okay, this is what we think is good for everyone as far the earth, which belongs to all of us, is concerned. Then in that case, we have your G5, you have your G7 and all the rest of them, where China is a major player. So then if the likes of United States, Germany, England, that's Great Britain, China, are competing, to have this other developing and third world country to keep behind them, in order for them to have an upper say in a division of whatever group that is having a meeting. Let's say in the United Nations Council, for instance, what is going to happen is that Nigeria will be looking at China in taking their decision, because they know that there is something that is binding between Nigeria and China as far as the survival of Nigeria is concerned. So you can see that ordinarily there is going to be a kind of influence being manifested both directly and indirectly. And that will make the commoner to call the sovereignty of Nigeria to question. That if we are actually sovereign, why should we be considering the decision of China on international policies and programs before we take our own decision? So you see that, and then we are human beings. When somebody gives to you, you reciprocate. So now that China has been able to do certain things that look like in our favor, then it's like a give back to China, whenever certain support is required of us by the world players in the name of the G5, G7, and the G10 of this world when it comes to international policy. So I would say rightly, or I would say rightly that yes, this kind of arrangement where it is not actually an equal bargaining strength, can have influence on our sovereignty as a nation.
All right. I want to thank you so much, Vincent Okoro, for your input on the show this morning. We truly, really appreciate you. Maybe on another day we will expand these discussions, to also add to the fact that why is Nigeria not doing currency swap with France? I mean, euro is at least better than naira, at least as at the last check. Why are we not doing the same currency swap with other countries? Why specifically China? Would this currency swap in any way, in the long run benefit us beyond the immediate gains of the trade we are going to gain from it? Is there something that China might be looking to gain from Nigeria by doing this currency swap thing? I mean, to what extent really would this in any way be of benefits to us in the long run? I mean, these are things we have to talk about. But because of time, we just have to leave it there. Vincent Okoro, many thanks for your time. He's a social political analyst from Port Harcourt, Rivers State, giving us an insight on his opinion on issues.
With you. Thank you.
All right, we're back shortly after this. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Entertainment News on Signature TV. My name is Quincy Rowland and I'm going to be your host for today's exciting stories. Today I'm going to be bringing to your doorstep the most trending and interesting stories that has been going on in the entertainment industry. So stay glued to your screen and don't blink. First on the list, we have wearing lacquered wigs, bedazzled jumpsuits, and marine-inspired outfits. Hundreds took to the streets of Australian country town parks on Saturday to parade in classic cars, decorated floats, and on foot to celebrate Elvis Presley's film Easy Come, Easy Go. In the 1967 film, Elvis balances his time between being a deep-sea diver and nightclub singer. The parade with this year's marine theme is a highlight of the 5-day Parks Elvis Festival held annually to celebrate Elvis's birthday on January 8th. This year's spectacle featured die-hard fans dressed up as their idol, complete with diving suits and sailors' hats, posing and waving in vintage cars and floats as they parade downtown the streets of this New South Wales town. For those who took the theme of the film to heart, it was a difficult year to decide what to wear. Parade attendees were thrilled with the float and spectacle. The Parks Elvis Festival will come to an end on Sunday. And we have Spain's Princess Leonor set sail on Saturday on board of the Navy's drone Sebastián de Elcano training ship. King Felipe and Queen Letizia waved Leonor and the 76th Navy midshipmen goodbye as the 113 meters long ship weighed anchors and began a 6-month journey to America. The princess spent a year at Zaragoza's military academy before embarking on the Juan Sebastián de Elcano, a 4-masted schooner used by the Spanish Navy for training. She will finish her military studies at the General Air Academy. The government and the Royal House have agreed Leonor's very intense military training will precede her university studies, following in the footsteps of her father in the 1980s. And next we have Beninese-American actor Jimon Hosu has admitted that he's still struggling financially despite being in the film industry for over 2 decades. Appearing on African Voices Change Makers, the popular CNN magazine program, the Gladiator actor said he's underpaid. On racism in Hollywood, Hosu said, "I was nominated for the Golden Globe, but they ignored me for the Oscars because they thought that I had just come off the boat and the streets. Even though I successfully did that, they didn't just feel like I was an actor to whom they should pay any respect." So this conceptual idea of diversity still has a long way to go. Systemic racism won't change like that anytime soon. And we have Mr. Macaroni, a popular Nigerian skit maker and activist, has disclosed why he will continue to snub the serving Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Macaroni made the revelation while clapping back at an ex-user who called him out for snubbing the governor. The post, which has sparked a wave of reactions on social media, has mainly defending Macaroni for staying true to his values. Responding to the user, the skit maker, in a series of posts on his handle, noted that he would continue to snub Governor Sanwo-Olu. Giving reasons for his decision, Macaroni further explained that he can never mingle with the government that stripped him naked, beat, tortured, brutalized, and dehumanized him. Recounting his experience in detention, he said he was told by the police to stop disturbing the governor. Next on the list, we have controversial comedian Oluwaseyitan Aletile, also known as Sheylaw, has mocked Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu after skit maker Mr. Macaroni vowed to continue snubbing him. Reacting, Sheylaw stated that Mr. Macaroni is not to blame, emphasizing that Sanwo-Olu pretends not to recognize him whenever they meet, yet he requests handshake from Mr. Macaroni. On his X handle, he wrote, "Nobody should blame Macaroni for the way he speaks to Governor Jide Sanwo-Olu. Governor BOS will see me and act like he doesn't know me, but he will be begging Macaroni for a handshake. Everybody get out." And last but not least, we have Nollywood actress Annie Macaulay Idibia has addressed her critics in a heartfelt celebration of her enduring marriage with legendary singer Tubaba. Taking on her Instagram story, Annie shared highlights from their dated December together, expressing pride and joy in their long-standing relationship. In her post, the mother of two reflected on their 25-year friendship and 13 years of marriage, which she admitted had been marked by breakups and reconciliations. Despite the ups and downs, Annie reaffirmed her unwavering love for her husband in a series of Instagram story posts. The couple, often celebrated as one of the power duos in the entertainment industry, has faced public scrutiny over the years. However, Annie's message emphasizes their resilience and commitment to one another. And that's all we have on entertainment. Please don't forget to follow our social media platform on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and across board as Signature TV. My name is Quincy Rowland. Until next time, stay tuned and stay entertained.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is still New Day on Signature TV here in ENUGU Live. I hope you're fine. We're switching gears right now to a conversation around Nollywood. We have a veteran actor, the person of Norbert Young. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you. Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy New Year too. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Fantastic. Can you give us, an overview of Nollywood in itself and its growth and how it has changed over time?
Yeah, that's quite wide, but I'll try to summarize. Yeah. As you know, Nollywood officially started in the 90s, early 90s, very, very early 90s. And Nollywood worked like that, like they say, Nollywood drew water out of stone. And with the perseverance and doggedness of its practitioners, we have been able to achieve worldwide position as probably between second and third largest film producer country in the world. And we've come a long way in terms of technicals and artistry. We've gone through thick and thin. And right now, we are all over the world doing great works, getting people to buy into the vision of Nollywood. And suffice to say that Nollywood probably is bigger than oil and gas, probably bigger than communications too. So I'll say with all sense of confidence that Nollywood has come to stay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It does. It's fine. What inspired you to, venture into Nollywood?
Can we not call it Nollywood for now? Because when I ventured into it, it was not like Nollywood. We just had stage and television and radio. Nollywood evolved along the line. Nollywood came into existence along the line. Basically, I didn't want to be a theater artist. I didn't want to. As a matter of fact, my father was guiding me through and guiding me towards engineering. And I did my best until I lost my father. And then I began to see plays on television, and I was very, very hooked on it. And then in 1977, I saw Langbodo, Nigeria's drama entry for Festac 77. That made up my mind that I must go read theater at that time. Nowadays, you don't need to go through all that to get into the business, but I needed to equip myself. So I sought admission into the university and I read theater art. I would say that, first of all, I had a big interest in it and I believed I could do it. Then I sought skills, I sought education. That's basically it. Yeah.
Okay, Norbert, can you tell us some of the challenges you faced as an upcoming actor in the Nollywood industry, and how has Nollywood changed from when you started your career to now?
Would you actually call me an upcoming actor? You said as an upcoming actor. Just like I said a few minutes ago, I started this business before Nollywood started. I had already been an established name in Bendel State, an established name on national television before the emergence of Nollywood. You know, so I don't know how you came about that upcoming, but it's so nice. Challenges, like I say sometimes, I really do not think of the progression of your business as challenges. What has always been the problem in most things we do in life is the financing, mostly, yeah. But in terms of the practice itself, in terms of delivery, I don't really have any serious challenges to talk about. Yeah.
All right. These days, so many Nollywood actors are going straight into production. Do you think it's a welcome development? I mean, for some of them, it is because the opportunity to, be a producer isn't there, and so they're taking the bull by the horn, to taking the opportunity to just become a producer, go in there, produce a movie, and just put things out there. With these days, the likes of YouTube and Facebook paying directly to some of these producers and content creators, it becomes a little bit easy. Do you think it's a welcome development, given that there are many producers in Nollywood, and so the actors who are supposed to be talented in that space are venturing into that position of being producers of Nollywood, even though they are not qualified?
I think it's a good development. The field is wide enough for a lot of people to play in. Like most people say these days, you don't need any particular qualification to be an actor. So also you don't need any particular qualification to be a producer. If you as an actor do not get roles in movies and you can't stay hungry, then maybe you just need to go get some funds together and do a little production and upload to those streaming platforms. I think it's a good development, and the field is wide. The more, the merrier, like they say. But what we begin to question is the quality. Producing, you just need to be a very good manager of resources, all resources. You know what I mean? So you can because you are going into a field that has great competition. If your production is not so good, I don't think you will make money either. So I think it's a good development. The more the merrier. We are opening the field more, and inviting more people to play as producers. Really, people must find something to do. Know a little about what you want to do, or know everything about what you want to do, and then venture into the field and pray to God to succeed.
Right. For you, what must we do to ensure that the quality that we put out is high enough? I understand Nollywood is high up there. I mean, aside the United States, the amount of movies that is churned out, the next place you're talking about Nollywood. But so many persons have said the quality that we bring out these days are not so good. And so do you think it's still a good, development that, actors just venture into production without the requisite trainings in order to be able to churn out good production?
Yeah, I agree with you. But again, you must understand that there are also categories of movie in all woods in the world. You still have movies that are classified as C, D, whatever, in Bollywood and in Nollywood, in Hollywood. It's like in those days in the university, you had the academic literature and you had the Onitsha market literature. They both survived. They both survived and fed their families. It's the same thing we have in all the woods these days. We like you said, skills acquiring skills is very important in this business, just because the competition is high. But you will still see many people that will even buy your mediocre productions. You understand? I think this has got to do with gradation of the human strata. You want me to use that word? It's people gravitate towards what suits them. You understand what I mean? Like you have the high end, you have the middle, and then you have the lower. It's always been like that in this business. You have music that will not sell much. You have music that will sell a lot. You have the ones that will do the roof. You know, but you see, at every level, you have your audience. So, it's all good. We're all developing at the same time. The ones that are not good today will get better today. The ones that are better today will get best tomorrow. So that's the way I see it. Creativity, creating stuff, it's a very dynamic thing. You keep improving, unless you lose interest and you lose commitment.
Okay, yeah. Robert, we understand that collaboration is key in the film industry. But now, can you share your experience working with directors, producers, and other actors in the Nollywood field?
Yeah, without collaboration, there's nothing that can be done in this business. You collaborate with all segments of the production, collaborate with all people involved in the production. That's from the concept owner to the script writer to the marketer, apart from those involved in the co-production, like the director, the producers, the actors, the crew people. Proper collaboration, and then if you want to go to the executive producers, you might have one that is very, very wealthy. You have a collaboration of executive producers, which means more funding, which also translates into better production. My relationship with directors has always been excellent, if I can say that. Now you know sometimes when you go on set, you will see directors teaching actors what to do. That shouldn't be so. Before you present yourself as an actor, you must have gone through the rudiments of acting, so that when you get on set, you are not a problem to the director. Do not waste time learning, because that's not an educational setup. It is actually a commercial setup. Everybody going there to make money, to make profit. You don't expect producers to spend millions of naira and then begin to waste time on set when you don't have the right actors. So the collaboration is what makes the whole thing work. I have excellent relationship with directors, excellent relationship with crew members, with the producers on the road. That's been my story. Because before I went into the commercial industry, I had trained myself, I had equipped myself with what I need as an actor to succeed.
Right. How do you choose your projects? I mean, do you just jump on any project that is given to you? We understand that Nollywood most of the time addresses societal issues with a view to basically make sense out of the development, basically. For you as an actor and a veteran one at that, do you specifically choose a certain theme, or you go with whatever that's given to you?
So both really. Not whatever is given to me, I'll try to work on it in collaboration with the director in terms of achieving his purpose. But others I reject based on certain factors. I will ask who the director is, who are my co-actors, and some other things. And then if I do not feel comfortable with the names that I'm giving, and instead of saying outright no, I will try to make my fee some kind of fee that you may not like to pay. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes somebody comes, a director comes and says, I want you to play a Reverend Father. And if I see what the Reverend Father is doing in the script and it does not go well with my religious beliefs or my my religious inclinations, I might politely say no. But if it's something that sits well with me, I will accept and do it to the best of my ability. But some others who come with some other kind of stories, if I do not like, I may like the story, but I may not like the people who I'm playing with in terms of the work. Not that I have anything against anybody, but in terms of the job. If I see that you are the kind of actor that will not compliment me, and we have many of them like that on the set, then I will just give you a price that you will not likely pay. So that you wouldn't say I refuse to work with you. You will say we did not agree on a fee. You get me? So
yes, I do.
That's the way it is for me.
Are there any directors, producers, or even actors that you fancy working with, or you have enjoyed working with? What made you had that experience special?
No, so many, because we meet each other. When my job, my kind of job, acting is a very, very interesting one. I think I'm happiest in my life when I'm on set, especially with the right people. We just blend, we just gel, On and off set, we play and laugh and enjoy ourselves while doing our jobs. There are so many of them I cannot count. There are so many fantastic actors who are very open. You discuss while you're on set, how to help each other, how to complement each other, so that at the end of the day, you have a great job, you have a great production. There are so many of them I cannot even begin to mention. And I must say something, the young directors we have these days, they are very, very daring, very, very creative. And I enjoy working with them. Me coming from the old school and blending with these young guys, it's a great experience for me. So I have a lot of them.
Right.
Okay, Robert. Would like to know, what are the biggest challenges that Nollywood faces today, and how best can these challenges be resolved?
The biggest challenge is funding. Funding, if you know what I mean. Without funds, we may not be able to survive. But I pray that people will see that Nollywood is not a joke anymore. Nollywood has come to stay. And I pray that people will find reason to invest more in Nollywood. I'll give you an example of many, many successful movies. I may not know their box office number right now, but in terms of production itself, there's one movie that was shot like 2 or 3 years ago called The Black Book. That was a fantastic movie. And there's another one called Tukumbo. Fantastic movie. There are many other ones coming because I think they got adequate funding, and the producers and directors did fantastic jobs out of those. Funding basically is the problem. And then the next thing is training, capacity building. I agree many people have taken the chance of going to school, upgrading themselves, but we need more of that. We need people to train more in all aspects of production. We all need to grow at the same pace. Technicals cannot be better than the artistry. Artistry cannot be better than technicals, if you know what I mean. It's a blend of both that makes great movies. Funding and training are basic things that the challenges of Nollywood today. But gradually we are overcoming. People are seeing the need to acquire more skills, to upgrade themselves, because competition is tough, stiff, very stiff. So everybody needs to agree.
All right. You spoke about funding, and it's taking the government, except for very recently, the government started taking Nollywood really seriously. There hasn't been any clear-cut plan by the government to inculcate Nollywood into its system and making it an arm of, a business and an export promotion in terms of what it can do with, the diaspora. So I'm wondering how you think the government can assist. That's one. And on the other hand, we also know about the fact that producers these days like to engage with Netflix, Amazon, or some of these, online streaming platforms. How do you think that these producers should engage with these people so they don't lose the essence of their own product?
Let me take your first question first. I'm not a believer in government funding Nollywood because in the 17th century in England, where censorship began was when people of let me say the nobility started sponsoring productions. But before they sponsor productions, they will want to know what the production is, what the script is, what the story is. So if government begin to sponsor Nollywood or give money to Nollywood, they will want to control. They will want to control what Nollywood brings out, and then that stifles production creativity. I don't want that. I've never been an advocate of government sponsoring Nollywood. No, government business is to give enabling environment. That's government business in most businesses, and I don't think we need government to sponsor us, unless, of course, government wants to push its policy. Then you pay for what you want Nollywood to do. Not that you now give money. I don't believe in. I really don't believe in the government sponsoring Nollywood. I've always said that. If you want my services for a particular policy, push or propagation, then you will have to pay me to do that for you. After that, it's over. Don't come and sponsor my industry, because you want to control it. You want to censor it. And when you begin to control, creativity loses its essence. Yeah, what was the other question again? Can you remind me? Second question.
The streaming platforms, Netflix, Amazon, we've seen that Nigerian producers are... Go ahead, get into that space, and sometimes because these people provide the equipment and funding, you see some parts of our culture being tweaked a little bit, and you wonder that is not a Nigerian culture. But because it's going to be shot on their platform, they tend to dictate to you, how the story goes.
Now this tallies with what I said earlier on censorship. When you begin to take money from people, they censor what you do. They cut out certain things that do not suit them. That's the danger of sponsorship. Sponsorship. But you see, again, whatever you do in this world, especially if it is business, I think it depends on your negotiating power. You get what I mean? It depends on your negotiating power. If you are sure of what you are doing, then you will put your foot down. But again, my brother, there's hunger. Sometimes you compromise and lose the essence of your belief or of your creativity or whatever it is. So, man, it's a dicey thing. If you are hungry and somebody comes with 100 million for you to do a job for you, just for you to remove 1 or 2 lines or 3 lines or a page or whatever it is, will you not take it? That's conscience. But again, you must always go to every negotiation with a very, very strong hand, so that you can actually make your demands and put your foot down. But these streaming platforms, they have lots of money. They want to dictate to you, and if you are sure of yourself, you go to that negotiation believing that you will come out with exactly what you want. They need you as much as you need them. You understand? And we also try to mind what we say, avoid controversies, and stick to your belief.
All right. Norbert Young, on the final note, what would you advise a younger version of you? Let's say maybe a 30-year-old version of you who is looking to, get into Nollywood, or maybe express themselves in a way and manner that they can be better off in that field, in that Nollywood field. What would you advise a younger version of you?
I wish you'd have said from 20 instead of 30. You know why? Because a 30-year-old man is fixed. Or be that as it may, I will always advise that you keep abreast with training, keep abreast with what is going on always try to remain relevant by training yourself, know what is going on around you, be conscious of the direction your industry is going so that you can fit in at every point in time. For the younger ones, it would have been easier, younger than 30s, it would have been easier because you believe that they're still forming so that you can give them the right psychology of this business. You put in them that this thing is not all just glamour. It's a lot of work. You are influencing a lot of people with your work. So you must be very careful what you do. You are not there to guide people. You are not there to guide people who you don't know, who you don't see, but they believe in everything you do, even in the movies. So you must be careful inside the movies and outside the movies. So you must be careful what you do so that you do not send the wrong signals to gullible minds. You understand what I mean? It's a lot of responsibility the actor carries on his head. You tend to lead and guide society. So many people at the same time, and you're not even there for them to ask you questions so that you can really explain what you do. So whatever you do on and offset must be, as much as possible, the right thing. So that people who are, you think you don't owe the society that responsibility, you do. You do, because a lot of people see you. So when people say, I don't care what anybody says, it's not true. You must care what people say. You must. So for the ones above 30 and above, please upgrade yourself at every point, every opportunity. Listen to those ones who are older than you and be able to discern, to judge correctly what you should do. And for the younger ones, please, whoever you have the opportunity of learning under, open your minds and take only the positives. And I wish you well in your travels through Nollywood and other spaces.
Fabulous, fabulous. Just to wrap things up, I was just wondering what you think about the welfare in Nollywood. I mean, we've seen certain stories that are unpleasant with producers not putting into consideration people who they are working with, that at some point last year led to the death of one to two prominent persons, in the Annam River in Anambra State. That trended a whole lot. And I'm just wondering what you think about that story and how going forward people should be able to engage, the welfare of people as it relates to, production of movies.
You see, all these things come when you are planning. When you plan, proper planning takes care of a lot of problems. But you see, as human beings, we take things for granted. And it's not good. We don't see safety as, they say, no big deal now. For instance, you are going into a forest to shoot. You have not done any kind of recce in that forest. You don't know how many snakes are there. You don't know if lions are there or stuff, But some people will go and make a surveillance of that place, put safety measures in place, But we take, all of us as Nigerians probably, we take things for granted, So I think it's our nature. It's not necessarily because you want to harm anybody, I don't even know how to explain it, but with proper planning, everything should be in place before people go on set. Firefighters, emergency doctors or emergency nurses, things like that should be in place. Insurance, but again, all these things need money. When the man say, "Man, I'm struggling to do a movie with 4 million naira," where will I have the extra to go and begin to hire ER nurses or doctors or get firefighters standing by, that kind of things. All funding restricts all these things too. Then sometimes our own carelessness, Most times when you look at the schedule of the movie sets, when you see the whole sheet of a movie set, everything is weather is reported, nearest hospital is reported, fire is reported, everything. That's the way it should be. And then with proper funding, all these things can be put in place. So I don't know, man. But I'm sure we'll get there someday. We'll get there. We'll get there. We have been coming a long way, and we are somewhere now that cannot put us down anymore. We'll get there.
Earlier you spoke about funding. You don't really think that government should sponsor Nollywood movies because of the fact that they might influence what the content would be. There are other ways the government can do things. I mean, getting like a film village, a functional film village across the 6 geopolitical zones, people can rent for a lower amount of money. But that really doesn't exist. The ones we have are actually privately owned, or maybe even do a PPP program. And that doesn't seem to happen. And these days, sometimes you hear people go to meet the government and they give monies, you know, and monies are thrown at them. I mean, shouldn't there be more things that the government can do in order to sanitize that environment, to actually even make it an environment where, you know, can work and engage the teeming population that are looking to make a career out of Nollywood?
You see, when you throw money at people, there's a temptation that they become reckless. Now, I agree. I said earlier on that government should create an enabling environment. You know, Edo State government, for example, I know that they advertise for you to come and shoot your film in Edo State because they might just give you accommodation free, make access to a lot of facilities free for you. That helps a lot. I mean, I don't know if the present governor or the government of Okpebolo is doing that, but I know that Obaseki advertised that, and some people went to Benin to shoot their movies, and they got a lot of rebate on lots of things that the government has made available without the cash, if you know what I mean. If accommodation is taken care of, transportation is taken care of, other logistics, then I mean, you have enough money for your technicals and for your artistry. You understand what I mean? Such things are what I mean by creating enabling environment. In Lagos, for example, you go somewhere to shoot, you have the area boys disturbing you, coming every day to ask for 20,000, 30,000, whatever it is. You know? Government should try to eliminate such people who stand in the way of progress. And talking about film villages, the privately owned ones, they are doing a lot because they give a lot of rebates. And then don't forget, Lagos State government is building one. Which other government is doing that? We are progressing, my brother. We are making progress. You know, we will get there. I'm sure we will.
All right. We want to really appreciate you, Nabat Young, for your time. We really thank you for the time you have spent with us, giving us an insight into Nollywood.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure being here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again.
Have a great week ahead.
Okay, you too. Have a great week ahead. And have a fantastic year ahead as well.
Thank you very much. You too. Bye.
All right. It's been really an amazing time speaking with Nabat Young, one of the very fabulous veterans when it comes to Nollywood. And I really enjoy anything about him. I really don't know if I've seen any movie of him that I don't like his acting. He's always absolutely on point, whether he's acting...
And he's not a stereotypical character in movies. That's one interesting thing about him.
Very versatile. Very versatile. He just practically nails it every time. Whether he's acting a pastor, a reverend father, a poor man, a police officer, like everything is just on point with him. I mean, he's that good with his job and duties. Well, we truly, really appreciate him for his insights. I mean, for those who are young and looking to join that environment of being an actor or an actress, at least you've heard a thing or two regarding what to do and what not to do. If you're a 30-year-old right now, if you're a 25-year-old, I mean, you must have, gotten a thing or two from that experience. We appreciate every one of you being part of the program. We truly appreciate you. We're connecting to Abuja where our colleagues are standing by for some interesting discussions relating to the polity, the politics, social events, news, coverages, and whatnot. My name is Charles Pius.
My name is Quincy Rowland.
Have a beautiful week just ahead.
Giving his insights on end bad governance and a hashtag, the impending hashtag Fearless October protests. Right about now, we will be talking about a very interesting topic. Education, as we all know, is one of the main indicators of assessing an economy or a state that is doing well. And today we'll have a very important topic to discuss on education, and that will be education and online learning. And with us in studio to do justice to this topic is Professor Leonard Anibo. Professor, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Great,
Good
great.
morning.
Sir, we have been having this discussion even before you entered the studio, and we want to know really if you can give us an overview or take us through the evolution of online learning, maybe from as far back as you can actually muster. How has this trend, online learning, how has it evolved over the years? And then COVID hit, and then where are we now today?
Well, it has been the desire of educationists from beginning to reach learners everywhere, and access has been an issue. Many people find difficult to access education at different levels. You can remember the time of exams of success, where the package materials are sent to people far away. That's to show the desire of educators to reach learners. So in terms of exam success, it was material. They have no internet to help them to reach their audience. So they will package it and send. And University of London have been on this for a long time. Since early this century, they began to reach out to try to see how to get to people across, and along the line, Nigeria began to catch up.
What was the paradigm shift for Nigeria
at some point? At what point did they begin to catch up with what their counterparts abroad were doing?
Normally, it's a universal need. So as we interact with our colleagues across the continent, across the ocean, then we'll be able to see what we are yet to, because we are beginning, just starting. It's when we get on board, when we begin to see the challenges we have, then we'll know who and who can meet up. Our Vice have been wonderful in this direction of getting, AfriHub had a center issue, university has acquired it to be our own property. But because of the limited facilities, they were not still migrating there. We hope that with time, when the facilities there increase, we can then migrate to that equipment and use it to serve our students.
Okay, all right, Prof. You know, some people have this mindset that when it comes to online classes, it's not as serious as going to the physical class. How do you help the mindset of your students to come into that phase where they know that, okay, this is serious? How do you assess their seriousness, them paying attention to class? How do you assess it?
I want to abuse that notion,
yes,
that the online thing is not as serious as, from research, online graduates are better than those who are offline. Because as I've
By
said,
what indicators, sir?
There are researches that have been made, their work behavior, their understanding of the content, the general thing shows that the online graduates are better than non-online.
Okay.
The reasons are this. Let me give you the reasons.
Okay.
Before NUC license you to do anything for any program, you have to produce materials. The online transaction is material based, the course materials. As I speak now, what course material, we're starting with economics. We have material for the first 3 years in all the courses they do that they stored in a learning system. This is unlike the physical contact where a lecturer can come and tell stories and go away with it. For the online, the materials are there. Every course, every topic is treated already. And the students can, when the student goes through, the activities are being monitored. Anytime the student logs into the system, somebody is monitoring, is knowing what he's doing. So by the time the student is satisfied to have finished the course, the content has been delivered. Then there are assignments, there are tests they must do along the way. By the time a student goes through our program and is certified, it's better than those that didn't. Because in the physical class, there's absenteeism. That's why he said that you must have 75% attendance before you do exam. Those ones are for the physical people. For the online, it's 100% because you must go through whatever we are giving to you before you're certified. So the online products are better than the offline. And then it's not those who are online are serious. You must know the value of what you are looking for. You paid for it. And then you have the attention we give to our students is more than what we do outside. You want to do them one by one. You are assigned to an e-tutor that follows you up, whatever you are doing, knows how far you are making progress. And by the time you go through all this experience, you become a better graduate than those who that are outside.
Okay, Prof, very nice insights. However, I'm a bit curious. You said you guys are just starting off.
Yes.
In ESUT.
Yes.
Quite understandable. And you're starting off with economics, which is a social science. So what about those in physical science or biological science that will need to come together to do projects and research? How do you manage that with, an online platform?
This is what I said before, that NUC requires that there should be those two components. The one that can be delivered online will be delivered. We have laboratories. Our unit is collaborating with the mother departments. In fact, the lecturers there are the owners of the courses. Even though we have e-tutors that liaise with those lecturers, when there's need for practical, once in a while, they can come for physical. And these days there are devices of simulating, even practicals can be simulated, and the student can go through it. But if they must, like nursing, after economics, we shall add more courses that have practical dimension. When it comes to practical, after getting the theory, like what is alternative to practical.
To practical.
After doing that one, they will now go for physical accessing of those materials, and they will learn.
Okay. All right, Prof. So, you know, we've had this issue in the education system where people are taught things that don't apply to the real life. Now, how do you intend to manage, let me ask it the way I want to hear. How do you incorporate real-world applications into your teachings?
Please, be more explicit.
Okay.
In what sense?
We go to school and then you see people learn things that after they are through with school doesn't apply into the day-to-day real-world applications that we have. You see people, to all respects, you see people go to study some courses that currently in Nigeria has not been recognized. But how do you bring in real-life applications? How to solve problems? Yeah, let me use that word. How to solve problems. How do you bring that to, especially to economics, social science? How are you bringing real-life applications? Okay, this is what we're passing through in the country. This is what to expect. This is bringing them to a place where they become solution providers.
Sure. Like I said before, what we are giving the students are what the home departments have. So the ODL does not have its own content different from what the mother departments are offering. So the mother departments, like economics, when we finish, the graduates will be economics graduates, having all that mother departments are having, but with a richer content in that they are made to go through the whole nitty-gritty of the course before they are graded. So we're not finished, except with time now, we begin to offer courses like barbing salon. Those ones are skills.
Yes.
Will be mounted, but it's when we perfect. This year we are on a trial period with NUC. Once we are done with economics and they say we are satisfied, then we shall introduce courses, practical courses, that when one will come and learn how to do barbing salon, how to establish business. These will be courses we shall offer, maybe as diploma courses. They go through it. Then we'll be inviting resource persons from the community to come and address our students or come and be part of our program so that the thing will be enriched. So, to your question, we are replicating the university now. Okay. We're not introducing something new yet. We shall still do that with time.
Okay, I have a main question, but I have a follow-up question to what my colleague asked you. Okay, so what are your plans for curriculum review? You know, because you know how knowledge is transient and it keeps growing and evolving. Are there plans, or you expect that whatever courses you get online now via your platform in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years is still the same? So what are the plans? Is there a framework for curriculum upgrade or review?
Now, that's what they call CC marks. The NUC has that duty. Nigeria University System is being managed by the University Commission. That's the one that will upgrade curriculum and we receive from them. So, as a unit, we are implementers of policies. We don't generate fresh policies in our center. Rather, we are faithful in whatever is approved for us to, that approved courses. And NUC is even urging the departments to localize their content, to include courses that are local, so that what is taught here in ENUGU is not what is taught at Ibadan. There could be some courses that are peculiar to the environment, how to make palm oil, and other things will be taught here, different from what is being taught in different parts of the nation. So the curriculum upgrade is being done, but it's coming from upstairs. As we will download them and we will implement.
And you don't have any form of suggestive, you cannot suggest.
We will do suggest.
You cannot prompt the NCC to.
Like I said, the US are giving us the leverage. The departments can initiate, can customize, get things that are local to teach their candidates. But as a unit of distance learning, we are taking the department to the world. It's what they have, we collect and.
Okay, so this is my main question to you, Prof.
Go ahead.
Growing up, we always heard about sandwich programs.
Sandwich, okay.
Yeah. So with the online learning thing gaining a lot of popularity, has it completely obliterated the sandwich programs in the universities?
No, sandwich, like as I speak, the sandwich students are there. Sandwich, like for education, is place for them to come and have physical contact during holidays. Before I came here, my students were calling me. I plan to go from here to the center where they're doing sandwich. So sandwich is still on. As we make progress, we can begin to mount courses in education, related courses, whereby instead of coming for sandwich, they can be at home and do the program. That is a part of what we shall do. But don't think of a time when sandwich will become removed, except physical contact is also removed from the system. Otherwise, whatever that's physical university, they have need for sandwich, especially those that will come during the holidays to access the lectures.
All right. So in the newspaper headline today, we had issues of fake certificates being printed out. So now everybody can just go online, type in, create with Photoshop or Figma, or whatever it is, and get the certificate and put stamp on everything. How do you intend to make sure that your own students come out, they don't forge their results? Is there a system in place to check? Just like you said whenever they pop up on the site, there's somebody monitoring. So is there someone again monitoring how their results have been?
You have finished. You have answered your question. Because,
no, but I just want to know if there
because our students are monitored. Okay. The time the time they spent with the system are known, and then we have clusters of students. We try to make them form WhatsApp groups. They know themselves and they grow together. So once someone has finished, it becomes normal that person will graduate. The issue of forgery or certificates is not part of our assignment, and until the society is cured from the craze for forgery, making gain without pain, it has been the trouble. Like I'm in measurement, and I have been talking to students that it doesn't pay to have what you don't deserve. You go out to the society, and you cannot justify, you cannot prove that you are a graduate of this caliber. So that's it being addressed in a different forum, not our own center. I want to be sure that those that come to us, that they graduate, and we'll monitor them. You cannot pick a certificate. If you can forge, forgery is forgery, and you go to India, pick original. But then we have a system, like when the VC came, many people have been flushed out. Many people have been detected that we say go and take original. He's now issuing original certificate, and when you pick a certificate that is being issued now, that's a way to test whether it's original or not. So with improvement in technology, things are being tracked, but it's those that are giving the technology that's also faking it. So it's a problem of the society.
All right, Prof. How affordable are your online courses?
Oh, online, because we are beginning, we deliberately make the thing affordable. That is
go deeper. Explain to us. Affordability is actually relative. So
yes,
tell us in numbers.
We like now with 150,000 naira, you can pay school fees for a session, not just for a semester. And because
the session is 2 semesters?
2 semesters, yes. And we've made it in a way that we want to help those who are, because those people are artisans, they are working in the offices, they earn salary per month. We have a device whereby we can discuss with students and they pay instrumentally. So that method is affordable. You can pay in a way that it will help you maybe once or twice or 3 times, depending on private arrangements. It's not on paper. We'll discuss.
What do you mean by private arrangement, Prof?
By private, we mean that it's not pasted on the board that this is, you pay 2 or 3 times. But if a student shows need, because we in our system, we are more in touch with the student than the ordinary program. We know them one by one, know what they do. So if a student has the need, there's a way we handle it, so they can pay and graduate
Okay, Prof, let me just backtrack. Just hold that thought, Joshua, before you get to your question. It's a follow-up on the fake certificates thingy. So, I'm just wondering, if someone comes up with a fake certificate, some quarters or some school of thought will say it's because it's so rigorous, so painstaking to obtain certificates from the official, route, you understand? And that is, they probably have a timeline to what they need to use the certificate to do. And that is why they opt to go and forge. Now, what are the processes of obtaining a certificate? If I graduated 5 years ago from ESUT and I need to go back and get my certificate, how easy is it for me to achieve that feat?
Like I said,
not on paper, Prof. Practically now.
The new administration in ESUT has made it compulsory that you don't issue notification of results
anymore.
That by the time of convocation, which is every year, you have your certificate. So when you graduate, you pay for certificate convocation at the same time as you do clearance. And by the time you come for your convocation, you are picking your hard copy. So issue of
true story, Prof.
ESUT is there. That's ESUT for you. The present ESUT, that as you are paying for, you pay for GAM, pay for graduation at the same time. So that by the time you come for convocation, you are picking your certificate. We no longer give certificate of the result. That's what is being abused. Somebody has, and the ESUT has told all employers of labor, any certificate more than 5 years is not authentic. That from now, ESUT issues original certificate as you graduate. So it's real.
Okay. So because of time and because we have to let you go, I want to ask, is he an MSc program, a BSc program, or even PhD?
It's BSc for now.
Okay, BSc for now. Okay, beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
And how can we access it? I want to apply, and how do I apply?
This place.
No, just for our viewer, of course. Just
yes. Like what you have here.
Yes.
If one keys into odl.esu.edu.ng /application on and purchase, you'll be taken straight to the platform where you apply. You pay the application fee. Once you pay the application fee, a form will be forwarded to the applicant. He fills all the forms, he fills all the credentials, puts its qualifications. Then we'll take some time to look at those credentials. If the person qualifies, the person is issued certificate, admission automatically.
What are the criteria you look out for before you admit someone?
You look for the grade list. Whatever the departments are requiring is what we are requiring. Okay. The entry qualification for economics program in ESUT is what we are standing on.
What about the registration process? At what point does the candidate register?
Once
you apply, and then if you meet the criteria, you're given admission. What about the registration proper?
Once you pay acceptance fee, you are given a reg number. It's generated automatically.
That easy.
It's that easy. So once you pay acceptance fee, and they begin to pay other fees, you don't come to ESUT for anything except when you want to go for orientation. You want to see you physically, then show you otherwise you go and stay at home. It's that easy. It's for the comfort of the learners to do it in their homes, in their shops, in their offices, and access learning with ease.
Anyway.
That's what.
All right, that's the much you can take, viewers. You have heard it from the Prof himself. Distance learning has come to stay, and we are very grateful to have you.
Thank you
for you to come in and explain in depth what it actually entails. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And of course, don't forget to go to odl.esut.edu.ng/application/purchase to get your own application. You can as well register and get your own reg number immediately.
Absolutely. So we go on a short break, and when we come back, the discussion continues. Don't go anywhere.
Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
Hello friends, it's so good to see you again. It's a beautiful day that the Lord has made.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you will continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
Me too, I'm also a graduate, and since I graduated, things has been so much very hard, because in this country today, if you don't have someone in the government or in upper, all these things, you find it difficult to get a job. Even when you merit it, it will still be difficult for you. So as it stands now, not only the youth, the whole country is facing challenge of hardship, you understand, because even our aged parents that spend their hard-earned money to train us, expecting us to be training them back at this time of their old age, still we have nothing to offer them because of the country in it. But I wouldn't say that we are going to relent. We still trying to, we continue to push harder, even if it is learning handwork in order to earn a living, because I know that certainly one day that certificate is going to bring work, and a better one at that.
The level of unemployment in Nigeria is maximum. There is nothing to talk about it. The government are not doing anything. See youths, every time they will graduate, no work. After graduation, it seems that those people that even left school to learn skills, they are even better than us that are graduates.
I don't believe there is unemployment. There is no unemployment in Nigeria. Being in Nigeria makes you unemployed. What do I mean by that? For me, I can't be unemployed. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a chef. So I started cooking from a tender age. I learned it from my mom, then I furthered into catering school. So I feel the parental upbringing should also help in curbing unemployment. So I don't think there is unemployment. Anybody that is unemployed in Nigeria just chose to be unemployed. The problem we have in Nigeria is we always look at the government. We always look up to the government. This time around, we don't need to look at the government. We should try to strive. We should try to, like this I can't be unemployed. I keep using myself as an example. I employ people. I'm a chef. I cook. I run Ota's mobile services. So I don't see the reason why there should be unemployment. Let us leave government aside. Though we need them. And that is where we should come together and look at their policies. Checkmate policies. That is where we will start looking at government. But if we are waiting for government to provide everything, it's not in Nigeria.
Like me now, I graduated in 2019 from Delta State University, and since then I haven't got a job. I've been doing everything on my own. That is why I decided to join this skill acquisition, which is investing into agriculture, and that is why I'm here today, so that I can improve myself in agriculture. And the government needs to understand and hear about this as well, because they need to improve as well in providing job opportunities for students as well.
It's actually unemployment that can actually lead so many youths into doing so many awful things, which doesn't really make any sense in the society, because it can actually, how will I say it? It can actually place so many people into, let me just say for example, into stealing, into robbing, and sometimes even changing from what they are to what they are not.
My expectation for the year 2025 is just to be hopeful. There is a difference between hope and reality, because it's the same people that have been in government that are still recycling themselves. So really, because right now the current prices of things, having brought down the prices of the fuel, there is no difference. you go to the market, the prices is escalating every day. So we have a working inflation, despite the reduction in the cost of the fuel pump price. Well, it's just to be optimistic and be hopeful. That is it. Because for anything to be better, there must be a mechanism. There must be policies and measures that should be taken to bring, to make the citizen to have a good living. But for now, as far as there are no measures, there are no mechanism, I don't think anything is going to be better than what we are experiencing and that we will continue to experience.
I want to say that with what they have budgeted for 2025 budget appropriation bill, we are looking at, was it 46 point something trillion, 46 point something trillion, I guess. And I believe with what Mr. President is economic agendas, I believe there will be something better 2025, because looking at the effect of what the fuel price we bought when we were going for Xmas is not what we are buying now. That's come down a little bit, maybe from below 1,000. So the subsidy removal is taking shape, because he said no pain, no gain. So we believe in Mr. President, because me, I don't have any party I'm supporting, but I know Mr. President is there, he's capable of piloting this nation, the affairs of the country, to a better stage. So we hope in 2025 things will be better. Even the petroleum marketers are promising that they are expecting that fuel will come down up to 500 or below. So if all these refineries are working, Warri refinery, Port Harcourt refinery, and possibly there is other modular refineries springing up by private individuals. So I believe the country will get better in 2025.
Governments, we are really expecting a lot too, because nowadays a lot of things are happening. The youth are outside there, no work, no money, the country is still the way it is. Those times, and now it's still the way it is. Our daddy's time and our time now is the same thing. So I'm expecting a lot from the government. It should like change the country. A lot of people are like, the street is not happy now. Everybody's not happy. So this year I'm expecting good things and good intentions from a lot of people. The government too, and a lot of people still working with the government.
I believe God that the 2025 will be better than the last year, by the grace of God, because this government is trying to make things better. We all continue praying for the government to see the way through, so that we, the masses, can be happy. And again, this insecurity issue, if the government can tackle the insecurity issue, all of us can go back to farm, and everything will become better for Nigeria. Even this fuel, say hard, it will come down.
I believe that this 2025 will be better, even though all years it's been better already. But 2025 will be more different than all, because the way the areas look around, in fact, there's more changes in this 2025, and our prayer is that let the 2025 be even more, just as we hope, and just the way it looks like. That's our prayer.
We are in a new era, and we are hoping that things will be better this year. That is what we are hoping for, that things will be better this year. No matter how the situation we want to be, but I know that God will intervene this year in our lives. So that is our prayer, and that is my prayer for everyone.
Well, I expect the president to do as much as possible to bring down the fuel price, because if the hike comes down, it will, better the loss of the citizens of the country. It will reduce inflation rates. It will reduce inflation in terms of transportation, in terms of foodstuffs, and these are the two major issues, that touches the common man on the street. Transportation and food. Once these two things comes down, the country will bounce back.
Hello friends, it's so good to see you again. It's a beautiful day that the Lord has made. We would rejoice and be glad in it. So I bring you greatest greetings and warm welcome to the program Gospel Lounge. It's going to be an amazing and informative time on the show today. My name is Victor Chief Judge and the show begins now. Let's sing a song of worship and praise to God for His love, His mercies and everything that He has done for us. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning, always new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, O Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. They are new, join me. They are new every morning. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, O Lord. Great is thy faithful. I want to do it one more time. They are new, say they are new every morning, always new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, oh dear Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. God is so good and His mercies endure forever. We thank Him for the gift of life and all the good things that He has done for us. Life is enjoyed when divine principles are duly acknowledged and practiced. Therefore, open up your heart as we reflect on God's word, which is able to build you up and make you better, even here on the earth realm. I'll be back shortly to continue with you.
Brothers and sisters, on this 27th Sunday in Ordinary Time, I'd like to reflect with you on the theme of marriage and family life. Each and every one of us comes from a family. And so first, I ask you, cherish your family. Pray for your family. Work hard every day to be at peace with all your family members. Celebrate your family members, and work hard every day to repair, to heal whatever is broken in your family. And I tell you 5 things that I think can help your family. And these 5 characters of every family reflect the character of God. These 5 qualities that we should have in every family reflect the qualities that God has revealed to us about God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I remember many years ago when a couple came wanting me to officiate at their wedding. The man was a rich man, and he had made a lot of money. So he told me, "Father, we have signed a prenuptial agreement." I said, "What is that?" He said, "A prenuptial agreement says that in case there is divorce or death, it defines, it stipulates how my assets and wealth will be protected. So this didn't make sense to me. And when I tried to find out further about this, I realized that this is a common thing in North America. So people entering into marriage just in case things don't go as planned. Then we sign an agreement prior to marriage that certain of the assets of either parties will not be touched. Now, this is a clear example of the difference between Christian marriage as understood and revealed to us in Scripture and any other partnership or relationship. Christian marriage is not an agreement, it is a covenant. The difference between a covenant and a contract or an agreement we find in Scripture. God makes a covenant with us. Jesus enters into a covenant of love with us. That means that the love of God cannot be revoked. It is unmerited. It is unconditional. It is faithful. It is fruitful. It is forgiving, and it is forever. Those are the characters, qualities of the Christian marriage. It is an irrevocable covenant. It is in perpetuity. That is why the gospel today says, what God has joined together, no man or woman should put asunder. What does that mean? It points to the covenantal character of Christian marriage. It is forever. Now, each and every one of us, especially those who are married, must enter into this mystery. First is that God's covenant with us is unconditional. God had no pre-creation agreement with any of us. God has no agreement with any of us, really. God loves you the way you are. God embraces you because God made you. God's love for you is faithful. That's what we see in the book of Lamentation, chapter 3, verse 21 and following. The faithfulness, the steadfastness of God never ceases. His mercy will never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness, O God. We worship a faithful God. So our marriages must be faithful, must be unconditional. It is not the love that you give because the person has certain qualities and attributes. And when those qualities and attributes are no longer there, then you turn it off. Christian marriage, authentic Christian love, is unconditional. It is not based on the other one meeting up with certain expectations. It is freely given. And it is fruitful. That means that the love between the husband and the wife leads to life. But in some instances where marriages do not lead to life, we can also understand it in a spiritual sense of the life of the individuals and the life of all those who, because of the love between the couple, are touched, are transformed, are supported by this love. Then Christian marriage is also forgiving. Just like God forgives each and every one of us, so also you must forgive each other. You must put up with each other. In our throwaway society, most people, I would say some people, what does not work, people don't take time to fix it. They just throw it away. And so some people walk away from the commitment they made, from the covenant that they established. So we must be like God. And marriage is forever. The union is forever. Because God's love for us is forever. So these are the qualities you find in every Christian marriage. 1, unconditional love. 2, fidelity, faithfulness. 3, fruitfulness. 4, forever love. And 5 is what we find at the heart of the Christian God, Trinitarian love. And that brings together everything in Christian marriage. What is that Trinitarian love? What is the relationship between God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit? It is a relationship of friendship, of partnership, of collaboration, of cooperation, of service, of respect, of mutuality, of solidarity, and of self-giving. Each person in the Trinity participates in the life of the other. So our families indeed are centers where this drama of the sacred takes place. Let us go, our brothers and sisters, and heal our families with unconditional love. We are made in love. We are created for love. And love will be our judge at the end of life. And for those of you who are going through divorce, separation, or those of you who have lost your partner, the ministry we have in Toronto called New Beginning taught me an important lesson. And that is, there is always a tomorrow. Let the scars you bear from loving remind you of your sacrifice. Let them become the scars of victory, not the wounds of regret. You entered marriage meaning to give it your best. But we are humans and imperfect. Sometimes things do not work, not because we are bad people, but rather because we are limited. So do not blame yourself too much. Do not carry that guilt that comes from the devil, that tells you that you're not worthy, that you're not loving, that is all your fault, that your marriage did not work well. Take it to Jesus. He is the source of love. He is the model of love. And remember, there is always a tomorrow. Let us pray for our Christian families, and indeed all families throughout the world, that the healing grace of God can come upon each family, and that the love of God will be reflected so that every family becomes an icon of the Most Holy Trinity. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You're welcome back from that awesome session. I believe you were greatly blessed and inspired. Please do something positive with what you have heard and be a better person. Stay blessed. Today I have a wonderful guest in the house, and we are going to be talking about something very important and critical. We are going to be discussing the topic depression. Depression, all right? Is a very critical topic to talk about, especially in this time that we find ourselves. Just a simple definition to introduce this, and then I go to my guest today. Is a state of feeling sad, a low spirit. A mood disorder that is marked by varying degrees of sadness, despair, loneliness, and that is typically accompanied by inactivity, guilt, loss of concentration, social withdrawal, sleep disturbances, and sometimes to the point of suicidal tendencies. Okay, so this conversation is vast and all-encompassing, and has several forms. When you get to the medical terms, they say this is a clinical depression. The other one say major depression, and then postpartum. It has to do with women giving birth to children, something that happens to them after childbirth. All right, to discuss this topic with me today is a great woman, a mother, and a loving personality dedicated solely to the service of God and humanity, with many years of experiences and awesome results and testimonies recorded. More so, she's a passionate minister of the gospel that loves building people to positive impact for their community and the nation at large. Please help me make welcome Pastor Wema Etel. You're welcome to Gospel Loud.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. You're looking very good today.
Thank you.
As always. Good to have you. Thank you so much. Just to be real about this, depression is real.
Yes, it's real.
It's real.
Yeah.
But from the root, what are the causes of this depression? What are the causes envisaged? Things that can cause depression.
Yeah, just like you rightly said, it's a mood disorder, and it can be genetic.
Could be genetic?
Yes,
Okay.
depression can be genetic. Maybe one's parents or siblings must have suffered from depression in the time past.
Okay.
But mostly is based on individual as well.
All right.
Then another cause of depression could be high expectations of life. When you have high expectation of the things you want to achieve, maybe there's a time frame for it, you did not achieve it, it makes one's spirit to go low. Then another cause of depression could be stressful events of life, abuse, violence, trauma, losing a loved one, betrayals, disappointment, heartbreak, sickness also can lead to
depression.
Depression, yes.
Okay.
It can. Medical conditions, medications as well,
Yeah.
can lead to depression.
Wow. This is mighty. But let me ask this question, because I want us to create a balance.
Okay.
Depression is real.
Yes, it's real.
And caused by a lot of things that you have just rightly called out now.
Yes.
But does it or is it peculiar to a particular gender?
No.
Somebody
No.
will say the depression is mostly a women thing.
No, men can be depressed.
Okay.
Yes, but the percentage or the ratio is higher in women for
Okay.
some factors.
Okay.
Yes, there's a high range of depression among women than men, but men can be depressed.
Is it because women tend to express more?
Yeah, we are more emotional. Our social experiences, biological experiences, hormones as well,
Okay.
can also cause it. And satisfaction. When you're not satisfied the way you were, you want to look like another person, you try to achieve it, you're not achieving it, it can as well bring somebody's spirit low.
Oh my.
Yes.
Hi. You see that you need to be contented with what you have.
Exactly.
Don't try to be like another person. You are uniquely made by God. And if I will go a step further in that question,
Okay.
women are emotional.
Highly
Their
emotional.
makeup and all that. But does it mean men are not emotional? Is it because we are too macho and then we don't?
Men are emotional, but they tend to hide theirs. Women, we easily express ourselves
Why?
because that's our nature. We have that tender heart than men. Men hide their feelings. Probably, I don't want my wife to feel bad. I don't want my children to notice what is happening. Inside, they are dying.
They are feeling it, and that one is most dangerous. It can lead to suicidal. It can make one have a suicidal thought because you are not expressing it. People are not even feeling it. When somebody comes, you're trying to be yourself.
To comport yourself.
Yes, to comport yourself. Why is your face like this? No, nothing. I'm fine.
Oh my God.
I'm fine.
It's worrisome, and then you see someone is dying quietly. But I really want you to help me tell our people now. I'm going to say it in our language and explain. They say, is it true that a man doesn't cry? Is it all right to say that?
It's not proper. You should. A time comes when you feel like crying, and when the time comes, let out the emotions. Let it out. It's one of the therapeutic measures of depression.
Okay.
Yes, crying is one of the therapeutic measures. When you bottle it up, you can't feel it again. You can even do what they say, crying in the rain.
Okay.
You cry it out and ease off that tension at that moment. It helps. It helps.
Friends, if you're a man, try to cry small. Don't bottle up a lot of things.
No.
Depression is real.
It's real.
All right? Just go ahead and let it out. Let it out. All right? When we come back from this short break, I'll continue with the interview. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. This is still Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and I'm still here with my friend, Pastor Wema Etel, talking depression. We've been hearing a lot of things, helping us to, position our thoughts well on this very topic. Before we went on that break, we were saying something about letting out.
Yes.
So I want to ask how, or what's the right way to respond to depression?
Okay. One of the ways to respond to it is that you speak out.
You speak out.
Seek for therapeutic measures. Talk to a therapist, a psychotherapist. That will help. And there are medications for depression, antidepressant drugs.
Okay.
Yes, it can help. And try to eat healthy diet. Yeah, eat healthy diets. Make sure you have quality sleep. Another one is exercising. You exercise yourself.
And at least
Body
it helps
exercise.
you to distract
yes,
yourself.
Yes, it will be a kind of distraction.
Wow.
To the body and even to the soul. Because when you're exercising, everything is involved. Your soul, your spirit, and your body. within that time, there's something that will take place. It will take your mind off some certain loads in the head.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, but going further,
Yeah.
I want to make a real case here. A lot of things happen that cause depression, stemming from relationship.
Yes, mostly.
Heartbreaks.
Mostly.
This time around. Now, and what do you do, especially when the person is still flocking around? You turn around, you see the person. So what do you do? How do you respond to it? Because already something has happened and you're not happy about it.
Yeah.
So how do you respond to such situation?
What I tend to say here is this. If there's anything that catches your memory of such a person, delete it.
Delete it.
Yes.
Okay.
Like pictures, messages, even the environment the person stays, avoid it.
Okay.
Until you're properly healed. So let's go completely. Avoid anything that will bring the old memories back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, wow, wow. Avoid what will bring these memories back, since they hurt you and keep you very, very low and cause a lot of damage to your mind. Avoid it until you heal completely. What it means is that it takes time.
Yeah, depression takes time. It's not something that healing from depression actually takes time.
So, how much time?
There's no specific time. It depends on the individual. The ability to heal fast.
Depends on the
It
individual.
depends on the individual.
Okay.
Coming out of your shell. Forgetting what have happened. Knowing there's a future before you.
Yeah.
Then you pursue it. It will help you. Some may take 3 times. Some may linger 1 year, 2 years, depending on the person.
Depending on the person.
Yes.
So now it's not really a matter of what has happened to you.
It's
but
the way, the approach you gave to it.
Wow. Wow.
The
wow,
approach.
wow. Can you hear that? It's not about what happened to you, but how you respond to it. What
Yeah.
happens inside you. The way you respond to these things helps you to heal very, very fast. Our call you to action today has been a very wonderful conversation with my friend. And from this conversation, you can now see that depression is real. And not just peculiar to some people. It can happen to anybody, both male and female. However, what happens to you is not really what matters, but what happens in you. You can hear what she said now. The way you respond to it is what matters so much. What happens in you determines your response to what happens to you. This is where you have to get a great mindset. You heard what she said. There's a future before you. You need to be better, not bitter. It has happened. Loosen out. Come out of your shell. And something very beautiful will happen to you. Seek help. Seek help. Don't isolate. When you are depressed, to avoid suicidal tendencies, don't isolate. In all things, remember, God is ever present to help you. Engage in prayers and you'll be all right. I would like to thank you very, very well for finding out time to come on the show. It's been a very wonderful conversation with you. Thank you so much. From all of us here in Signature TV, we say thank you. And we wish you so well. Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right, my friends, I am so grateful that you are still there with us. And I'm going to be back to talk more with you on this program. See ya. All right, you're welcome back. This is still Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I know you have been blessed by that wonderful conversation that I had with my friend talking about depression. I have another package for you today, and I'm going to be discussing something very, very critical, to us as far as we are human beings relating together. Okay? And I have a very wonderful guest in the studio that will help me to discuss this matter, which is relationship. But this time around, we are going to be, channeling it to a particular angle so that it will help us have our beautiful thoughts on what we want to discuss today. Okay? It is relationships. And a very simple definition, a state of being related or interrelated happens between a man, a woman, and all that. It's all-encompassing. It connects every sphere of our lives. However, we'll take it in facets because I intend making this an ongoing conversation. It's very vast, right? So today, we'll be talking about relationship in marriage. The purpose of this beautiful conversation is to review the practice, marriage, the challenges and the causes of the high rate of divorce, and possibly find out ways to curb the negatives envisaged and experienced in this blissful idea behind the institution called marriage. And to discuss this topic with me today is a relationship expert. She's a coach with a lot of experience in women development and advocacy, even in marriage institution. There's so much to say about my guest and her portfolio. However, friends, help me make welcome Barrister Mrs. Nena Anozie. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
It's always a pleasure being here.
Yeah, looking good as always.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're not looking bad too.
Thank you. So, what's your idea about marriage? A lot of ideas. But please help us. What's your idea about marriage?
Thank you so much. You see, marriage is something so beautiful. I like talking about marriage because this month is exactly 19 years.
Wow.
I'm into this.
So,
into this
happy anniversary is good.
Thank you. Yes. So, marriage is something beautiful, honestly, because, we can't be wiser than God. God said that everything he created is beautiful and that it's not good for a man to be alone. So when God said it's not good, it's not good. So marriage is a platform that God has used to bring a man and a woman together. To live, to enjoy themselves. First of all, enjoy company, enjoy children if they come, enjoy friendship. Unfortunately, this is not what we see in some of the marriages, but I can tell you, like, what I've enjoyed for this 19 years. I've enjoyed friendship. Some people say it's because you're married to a pastor. I say it's not true, because in my place of work as a lawyer, I've seen people come to us and both of them are pastors. Both the man and the woman, they are pastors.
So it's not really about
I mean,
it's about the person.
It is about the person.
Wow.
It is about the person. So marriage is something sweet. When I remember it was 19 years, it was just 6 days. I was going to say, this is our 19th year. I'm like, 19 years. You mean we up to 19 already?
Wow.
Because it's still like yesterday. And that's why I picked a pen and paper and I wrote a book that I entitled My Marriage a Divine Package. I wanted people to a kind of know something about marriage, at least from the little experience I've garnered. So marriage is something sweet if you understand yourselves, if there's love, if there's trust, if there's commitment, if there's communication, if there's understanding, and above all, if there's fear of God. Because I always tell people, the reason people don't do certain things in marriage, like maybe cheating on your husband or your wife, or lying or doing all manner of negative things in marriage, is not because you fear your spouse. Because you can actually do some of these things without your spouse knowing. Because you fear God. So that's why I say overall is fear of God. When you have the fear of God, you enjoy your marriage. I can't just raise my voice. I can't remember the last day I called my husband by name, no matter how angry I am. Yes, I don't think, I only remember his name when I need to write it on a paper. no matter how angry, because you can't tell me that for these 19 years we've not really had an occasion to be angry.
Be angry and
but
then
it will
get
make me,
displeased
you
on
know,
things.
you can't hear me saying, Daniel, first of all, I respect him as my pastor, as my elder brother. As in, I just see him as someone I can't just disrespect.
So that brings me to the next question I want to ask you. What should be the proper mindset to marriage?
Yes, okay. So when you are going into marriage, whether as a woman or as a man, because, you know, we belong to a clan where we advise the women a lot.
That's right.
We train them, we groom them from childhood to become wives, good wives. Living, nobody, I have not seen any man. I came home one day, I asked my husband, has your father ever sat you down and educated you or enlightened you on how to be a good man, a good husband? He said no. But I said, do you know the number of times your mom would have taught your sisters how to become good wives? And today some of them are not marrying the best of men. So the right mindset about marriage should be, this thing is something God has handed over to us.
Right.
When I'm counseling women, I tell them, some of them that come to me, I say, in fact, I'm tired of this man. I say, look at that man as somebody that God has brought into your life to help. Because the Bible says you are a help suitable for him. If he were to be complete without any weakness, you wouldn't have come.
True.
So you came into this marriage to complement each other. So that is the mindset to come with. You're not coming to meet a man that is already made perfect. He's also a perfect man. We're working towards perfection. The day he becomes perfect, maybe God will now call him home, you know. And the same day, the same thing happens to you. So when you become perfect as a woman, so it's a complementary position where
and not to compete.
No, competition shouldn't be part of it. And even quarreling and finding of fault shouldn't be if you find fault, that is where God wants you to walk. Do you get? That's why if you read the book of Ephesians, God gave everybody, the wife, the husband, their responsibility. The Bible says, husband, love your wife as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. Do you know what it means giving yourself for the church? That is for your wife. That means you overlook everything. Anything he says, anything he does, that's how Jesus is doing now. Has he killed us for not doing? Just give yourself, like die. This is a faint, die. Your ego will die. Yes, because as a man, you have ego naturally.
True.
Your ego will die. That thing you say, do you know who I am? They will go down. Because if God treats us like he should treat us, none of us can approach him.
True.
He's far higher than us.
True.
So even if you're higher than your wife as a husband, you know, that's why I tell African men, I said, you are not, especially if you're born again, you're a child of God. Don't marry your wife like an African or a Nigerian. Marry him as a heavenly citizen. See him as a child of God like you, your sister. Before you get married, you were called a sister, Nena. You understand? So still see her as somebody that Christ died for, that needs to go to heaven. If this marriage is what brought us together, if this is the only soul, I will present before my maker and say, at least this wife you gave me, I'm able to nurture her till she came to you. God will welcome you. The same thing to the woman. If you can have that mindset, issue of divorce, we go. No matter what the person does, whether he beats you, she abuses you, you will say, as God loves the church, as you submit, you know, as you begin to remind yourself what you have come here to do, that I may help suitable for him. That for this reason, a man should leave his father and his mother and cleave to his wife. You know what it means to cleave? It means, as in, you don't even understand that any other thing exists, including your family. You cleave to your wife. Some men leave, but they don't cleave.
True.
That cleaving is, you are both naked and not ashamed. Everything is bare.
But I have a serious problem. A lot of beautiful things you've said now, and inside my heart I'm like, is this really possible? Because you see, I know there are so many people looking at us right now and they're like, this woman, you see these people now, they've come. But if this should be the right mindset to marriage, I know a lot of people may not really agree with, the patterns and all that, but the rate of divorce that we have in our time now is very alarming. I was privileged to be in a program anchored as an MC, and then 2 months later, I ran into the guy in a filling station. Say, guy, how you doing? They're so fine. I say, how about your wife? I say, bros, we know they again. It's,
2 months.
2 months. What's the problem? So I don't understand. So is too high. And then when you get to the internet, you can Google it, you see that the percentage of divorce is too alarming. It was not so before.
Yes.
What are the causes of these things?
Thank you so much. You see, we have a lot of causes. And one of the causes is lack of understanding.
Lack of understanding.
Yes, I always tell you, because do you know what I told myself? I was discussing with somebody one day. I said, so did you catch your husband cheating on somebody? He said, yes, he cheats. I said, what did the Bible say concerning? He said, God said you should divorce. I said, what? Read the Bible. Because he said, but I advise that you follow peace. What about forgiveness? The number of times somebody should offend you before you forgive. I said, even if I'm coming home now and I meet my husband on the bed with another person, I'll forgive you. Say, Mommy, is a lie. I said, but I mean what I'm telling you. You know why I need to forgive him? I still see that this is just a weakness that is exhibited. So how do I come in to help him? I'll begin to pray for him. I will check myself. Is there anything I've done wrong?
That should make
him look elsewhere. Yeah. Even if there's nothing I've done wrong, I'll just see him like a brother that sinned in the church, that needs forgiveness and needs to move on. It's not because he sinned against me. Do you understand? So if we have an understanding that even you, that one you call small sin, I remember in one of the churches I belonged before, they say small sin and big sin. It's because we feel that some of the things we do, they are small. Then when the person does this one is huge, therefore I should go for divorce. You forgot those times that you did some terrible things too. Lies, like, you just did some horrible things to yourself that some people didn't even know about, including your husband. And maybe you got away with it because God has not killed you. Then another thing is lack of communication. Some people are angry. You are angry, your husband did something wrong with you, and they're not ready to. Okay, let me just give an example of what happened yesterday. I was angry with my husband. He needed to come and pick his car. The light to his car wasn't good, and it was late. I said, please come and pick your car where you park. I don't want to drive this car. Bring my own. And just to cut the long story short, he didn't come. I was angry. So when his call came in, I said I wasn't picking. I was with my son. I said, Mommy picked. I said, I'm not picking. Answer him. So when we got home, I decided not to talk to him and all of that. So, but do you know, it happened that he was having a serious challenge, but because he didn't communicate it to me, I was already feeling bad because he was supposed to come. So this is the gap now. Communication gap. So assuming there was that proper communication, we wouldn't have. All you needed to say was, oh, look at my challenge. Do you get it? So when there's proper communication, because some communication, maybe the way I equally answered and say, oh, come now. I did not even give him room to also explain. So when you are talking about communication, it has to be properly communicated. You check the time you're making that communication. What does the person have that mind to listen to you? What time of the day is it? All of these things.
Sometimes psychological stress.
Understand. And it's not everybody that is emotionally intelligent. Because if you are emotionally intelligent, you should know when to ask questions, when to answer. And even if you are not in the right frame of mind to answer, you can still politely, do some answering, and you won't a kind of hurt the next person. So then we've talked about communication. We talk about even genuine love. Some people got into marriage because others were getting married.
Genuine love.
Yes, they got into marriage without even intention to remain there. They just say, let me marry. Chidinma, my friend, has married. I want to be in marriage. And then some married because for wrong reasons. So the purpose of their marriage, the marrying, lack of love, what you wanted was money, or maybe what you were seeing at the time. Because I remember when I was getting married, God said, forget what you're seeing. I almost missed my husband because I was like, oh God, I want to marry a very tall man like this, has money. And God said, no, what you see now is temporal. What you don't see is eternal. So some people marry for wrong reasons, and so divorce will come when they are not seeing those things. You see a beautiful lady, that is why you want to marry. What if she becomes ugly tomorrow? Oh, she can cook very well. Oh, she has this physique I like. Anything can happen. So if you marry for wrong reasons, you can lead to divorce. If you marry without genuine love, you can lead to divorce. If you marry for just, let me just, out of sympathy. Some people, they get involved into relationship, and maybe you pregnant a girl and your family says, oh,
you must marry.
You must marry. You marry. One day you get tired. This is not the woman I want to marry.
Yes.
You begin to see your crush here and there. And can lead to divorce. So a lot of things can lead to divorce. Maybe as we progress, I'll remember more.
Honestly, I'm enjoying this conversation because you are really hitting this nail on the head. And my friends, I know you are really getting a lot from what we're talking about, relationship in marriage. So far, you can understand that this has to do with a mindset, And I'm just going to go straight to this question. I've heard people say this marriage is between two persons. There's no need for a third party. Please help me. There's a story I heard. If I go into it now, I'm going to eat up my time because I want to give you time to say some things here. But truly, do we really need a third party in marriage?
Okay. Like I said, Bible said, for this cause shall a man leave his father and his mother and cleave to the wife. So marriage is supposed to be between the husband and the wife.
Okay.
That is normal. But when you say, do we need third party? It depends on why we need the third party. Because if we continue to say, let us not bring the third party, and somebody is living in an abusive marriage, that person is dying. There's nobody to talk to, and you are saying, don't tell anybody, not even your pastor, not even your pastor's wife or your relatives, and you are dying in it. We are aware of so many people who have gone that way because they say we shouldn't bring third party. So you need to, Bible says wisdom is profitable to direct. You need to know when you apply wisdom. If you are in an abusive relationship where the other party has refused to repent, there must be somebody that person listens to, you can talk to. If it's your pastor, and that's why I say you must marry a child of God who has the fear of God. It makes a whole lot of difference. That a man is principled does not stop him from messing up sometimes.
Hold it right there. Hold it. This is a case for me now. You know, a lot of people listening to us right now may not, we are mixed, and a lot of doctrines and teachings and understandings, orientation around this. How can a man that is so principled not be so perfect per se in marriage?
Yes, you see, you can be principled. What helps us in this life as Christians is just God, the Holy Spirit. It is the Holy Spirit that will make you have that fear of God, not to do certain things. But as a principled man, you may say, oh, nothing will make me cheat on my wife, for instance. And one day, you are just in a kind of setting, and your secretary could just be your secretary. I've had a pastor that slept with the secretary, and he was the one that also came back and confessed to the wife. He said he didn't know what got over him. Do you get? So, not to talk of somebody that doesn't even have the fear of God. He's just principled. This is, I respect my home. He can fall because the power to resist temptation is not there. Temptations are bound, but the power to resist comes from God. And that's why I always tell people, pray for your spouses, including, before now we used to only pray, women pray for your husbands, even wives too.
Yeah.
Because it was since they started doing this DNA test, people are now running away and saying, so you, the man, needs to pray for your wife.
Oh yeah.
You understand? Pray as your wife is praying for you. So because temptations are bound. So if you are in an abusive marriage, please seek help. Seek counsel. There are some people, one of my small young guy like that, he got married, he was a very true child of God, got married as a virgin, but he got married to a lady who wasn't, the lady was exposed. And the lady was expecting some kind of exposure too from him, which she wasn't getting. And so she became tired. Say, you don't know how to be romantic, you don't know. I told the guy, you can read books, study, listen to some people, go and get, but, I don't know how he did, and that was how that marriage, ended till today.
Wow.
So what am I trying to say? Assuming he sought counsel on time, it was when the marriage has even gone bad, bad, that he came to me, and I was like, if you had told me, I don't mind. If I can't teach you enough, my husband is there to teach you. Why were you hiding? He hid under this no third party, that he didn't know how he would be telling another party that my wife said I wasn't romantic. I said, but if you had said it, you would have gotten counsel and saved your marriage. And maybe if your wife too had spoken to somebody, the person also would have advised her on how best to teach you. Because these are the things we neglect, especially in Christian homes. You see that you are not getting the best as a wife from your husband. especially in terms of romance and all of that, you keep quiet, you be enduring. And that's why when the man now comes to touch, you say, I don't want, I am tired. And the man will begin to complain. A man has come to my husband to complain, I will never touch my wife again. Every time she will say, I'm too demanding. You have not asked your wife. Why? Because I believe everything God created is good, including sex in marriage.
All right.
So if your wife is refusing you sex, go and ask why. I say, could it be that maybe she was circumcised, she's not always in the mood? Could it be that she was sick? Did you ask those questions? You didn't. So third party cannot absolutely be removed. But I think the essence of saying don't bring third party is just to avoid people who will give you bad advice, right. Begin to advise you wrongly or in your marriage. Not that you can't seek counsel from your seniors, those who have been there before you, your parents, anybody, when you are passing through some challenges in your home. There are some you can tackle in prayers and with communication, but there are some also you can talk to somebody and say, please, these are my challenges here. Can you help me? And they are there. That is their duty. It's not, you see, if you travel abroad, you see people who even teach people how to have enjoyable and fun and all of that in their home.
Oh, yeah.
But here you can't see anybody teaching you how to be a good romantic man or romantic wife, and because if you do, you'll be looked at as if you are worldly. No, but it's something that is eating deep. I see cases steady. When you start pressuring the person to talk, you tell you, this is the case. This man doesn't know how to do this. This woman doesn't know how to do this.
Wow.
And that is enough reason they are just separating apart.
My God, it's been a very educative and I don't know what to say. I'm so excited about this conversation, and I know you are also enjoying this. So I'd like to call you to action. There are certain things you have learned from this right now. So please, I want you to do well to pay close attention to everything we have said. Marriage is God's idea, and its benefits will be enjoyed by following the rules of the institution. This union is meant to be a blessing to the partners as they would maintain their own part of responsibility to make it blissful. You heard her. There are things men would do, women will also do. So, some of the keys of enjoying your relationship with your partner, just like she said, patience is there, tolerance is there, open-mindedness, you communicate, all right? You have willingness to adjust for coexistence within the marriage institution. The notion that marriage is a scam is not true. It's not true, my friend. She's 19 years now in this wonderful institution, and she's enjoying herself in this very marriage. Even though there are visible challenges in it, follow the rules and enjoy your marriage. Divorce is optional. However, its disadvantages or disadvantages, so to speak, is sometimes someone's opinion and the way you look at it. But love is a beautiful thing. Relationship is a great thing, but be very, very sure to have an understanding which is supreme in the practice. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
From all your busy schedules, you are here again.
Thank you.
All of us here in Signature TV, we say thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank you so much for coming.
It was a pleasure.
And I must thank you, my friends, for granting us wonderful space in your zone, opening up your doors all the time for us. We are so grateful. Thank you. From all of us here in Signature TV, my producers, all the guys that we are working with, we say thank you very much. Till I come your way next time, enjoy yourself. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, President Tinubu jets out to UAE for Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Lakurawa terrorists killed 3 telecom staff in Kebbi State. Trump prosecutor Jack Smith resigns from Justice Department. And Germany secures oil tanker adrift off its Baltic coast. Details in a moment. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has jetted out of the nation's capital, Abuja, to attend the 2025 edition of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, ADSW, in the United Arab Emirates. Tinubu will attend the 2025 edition of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, the summit scheduled for January 12 to 18, 2025. This was contained in a statement by the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga. According to him, Tinubu's planned trip to the Middle East is at the behest of the President of the United Arab Emirates, Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. The Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week provides a global platform to foster multi-stakeholder cooperation in addressing global challenges and accelerating growth. Former presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has congratulated Senator Azubuike Mbata on his election as the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, the Apex Socio-Cultural Organization. Atiku also felicitated with other members of the new executive expected to pilot the affairs of Ohanaeze Ndigbo. In a statement signed by his media aide, Paul Ibe, the former vice president further commended the peaceful and credible conduct of the election held in ENUGU State on Friday. He acknowledges the exemplary leadership of the Southeast Governors Forum in ensuring a free and fair election, coupled with a smooth transition, adding that there are lessons to be learned from the alliance forged by participants despite their political diversity. He underscored the imperative of the promotion of tolerance and intercommunal relations to engender peace, a requisite for stability and development. According to Atiku, Mbata's experience as a lawmaker and administrator, together with the collective exposure of the new executive, put them in good stead to deliver on their mandate. Similarly, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has congratulated John Azuta Mbata on his emergence as President General of Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo. Obi urged Azumbata and the new exco of Ohanaeze to work for the peace and unity of Nigeria. In a post on his X handle, Obi said, "The emergence of Mbata-led administration underscores the level of confidence and hope the people have in their leadership ability and their commitment to development of the region and the nation in general." In a similar development, the All Progressives Congress APC has congratulated Senator John Azuta Mbata on his election as the 13th President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, the Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization. Felix Morka, APC National Publicity Secretary, in a statement on Saturday in Abuja, also congratulated the outgoing President General of the organization, Chief Fidelis Chukwu. Chukwu completed the tenure of Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, who died on July 25th at the age of 82. Morka said the election of Azuta Mbata, who hails from Rivers State in South-South region, marked a milestone in the organization's history. He wished Azuta Mbata and the new executive of Ohanaeze Ndigbo a successful and remarkable tenure in the fulfillment of the organization's mandate. The House of Representatives Committee on Environment has frowned at what it describes as an abysmal low release of funds to the Ministry of Environment. This, he says, has led to several missed opportunities to address environmental challenges facing the country. Speaking at the budget defense of the ministry, the chairman of the committee, Julius Pondi, listed such environmental challenges as deforestation, pollution, erosion, and the effects of climate change on the various communities and the nation at large. Pondi said that the outcome of the budget review was set the tone for planning and resource allocation in the 2025 budget.
Prominent among other concerns of the committee is that effective
1st January 2024, the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria and 13 professional bodies / councils was removed from budgetary allocations. The same 13 bodies have since been reinstated, leaving only ECON. Let me use the opportunity to call on the Honorable Minister to work closely with the committee to ensure that ELCOM is reinstated.
He also expressed concern that the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, ECON, which was among 13 professional bodies removed from budgetary allocations effective January 1st, 2024, is the only one yet to be reinstated. Pondi told the Minister of Environment to work closely with the committee to ensure that ECON is reinstated. The Minister of Environment, Abbas Lawal, disclosed that the ministry reinstalled about 2,200 units of solar street lights in communities and 45 solar-powered boreholes to provide clean water for the people.
Left to me, what has happened is quite good. We will go back. They will start to sort out the discrepancies they have mentioned, and I'm sure by next week, whether I'm here or not, it will be sorted out.
So
thank you. No, I'm definitely comfortable with them. They have done thorough work, which I really appreciate. So it's good that we also go back and look at the things that they have raised issues with, and we'll try to resolve it. So sometimes defense of budget is not a one-day affair. I know when I was in FCT, sometimes it takes 3-4 days to go and make presentations because the budget is coming a little close to the year. But sometimes I found that when it comes earlier, it comes here 3-4 times to depend the budget. So I think it's quite healthy. I have no worry about it. It's something that we'll resolve by next week.
Still on budget defense, the Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, says the 3.8 billion naira capital allocation to the ministry in the 2025 budget will not be sufficient to drive the program of the ministry. Dr. Oduwole made these remarks at a joint budget defense session of the Senate Committees on Industry, Trade and Investment and the House of Representatives Committees on Commerce, Industry and Small and Medium Enterprises. The minister said that the amount proposed in the budget is grossly inadequate to fund its capital projects and programs and solicited the support of the lawmakers for additional funding. This, he said, will ensure the implementation of commendable projects and programs outlined in the National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and enhance the development of growth of the Nigerian economy.
The ministry may not be able to achieve all the desired impact. The ministry's 2025 capital proposal stood at 3.8 billion, which is inadequate to meet the scope of work required to deliver this impact to Nigerians across the nation. As a result, we would appreciate additional funding for our priority capital projects and programs to enable us to expedite some of our projects in line with the objectives clearly articulated in the National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework as presented to the National Assembly by Mr. President. In this regard, it is on this regard that on behalf of the Nigerian people, we continue to request for your invaluable support in delivering on the set objectives of the ministry to enhance the development and growth of the Nigerian economy.
When our new government got there, there was a slight problem in Nigeria. The borders were closed. 7 states in the northern region were affected. Imagine the trade that would have gone among all of us just because there was a change of government. Today, those people they have gone, they have left ECOWAS. You know the economic implications and the security. The security implication now has affected the economic growth because again, that normally block these people from Libya and so on. Libya has left the border to us, and we are having a problem with it.
The committees, however, told the minister to go and correct some errors observed in the documents submitted to them for subsequent action. The Poultry Association of Nigeria PAN Southwest Zone has appealed to governments for assistance, citing numerous challenges facing the industry. Reverend Gideon Oluyele, PAN Chairman Southwest, listed rising production costs, expensive raw materials, high duties, taxes, and unfavorable policies as some of the challenges. While commending government's creation of the Ministries of Livestock and Associations, emphasized the need for further intervention.
Please, we need your intervention. We need your support. We need the government to provide funding gap for us. You know, loans at single digits from the central bank. Sometimes they roll out agri loan for us, and we said, this was good, this was easy, and they closed the window. And these loans must be at single digits, not only for farmers, but also for importers of poultry raw materials. When they are able to access this loan at single digit, it will make availability of these products, and because it's available within the economy, the prices will be regulated, and then farmers can buy and use.
We are begging government to please take a closer look at these things. Cost of raw materials, they are too expensive. The producers will be left with no option. It's what they buy that they will sell.
We are crying and begging Nigerian government to please come to the aid of the poultry farmers especially. The government should come to our aid so that food will be on the table of every Nigerian.
And we are imploring the federal government to come up with a Marshall Plan to rescue the poultry industry and, by extension, agric industry in Nigeria.
If food is cheap, anybody can survive. It is important that government pays attention to that sector that will help her to meet one of the key MDG goals, to eliminate poverty or reduce poverty and hunger.
Terrorists belonging to the Lakurawa group have killed 3 staff of the leading telecommunications firm barely a week after killing 2 police officers. The insurgents were reported to have stormed a construction site at Gumki village in Arawa local government area of the Kebbi state. A source explained that the deceased were installing a surveillance mast for the Nigerian Immigration Service in the area when the terrorists attacked and killed them and 1 other person who is unidentified. A staff of Saryaya Specialist Hospital confirmed that the 3 of the deceased brought to the hospital were immigration staff. However, SP Nafiu Abubakar, the police public relations officer, confirmed that 4 persons lost their lives, 1 indigene and 3 staff of Airtel. He further explained that the Commissioner of Police had deployed additional tactical teams to the area and charged them to decisively deal with the suspected bandits operating in the area. Osun State Independent Electoral Commission, OSIEC, has assured stakeholders of its readiness to conduct the upcoming local government elections in the state. Speaking through a statement on Saturday, the OSIEC chairman, Hashim Abioye, revealed that the commission had adhered strictly to its timeline and schedule of activities. The amended notice and adjusted timetable issued by the commission is a complete package and enough for any serious-minded political party to prepare for the election, said Abioye. The chairman highlighted key milestones in the commission's preparations, including the appointment of electoral officers, EOs, and assistant electoral officers, AEOs, across all local government areas. The chairman, who assured the public of adequate logistical operations, emphasized that campaigns by political parties were already underway. The federal government and 21 states in the federation have projected a combined value tax revenue of 2.5 trillion naira for the 2025 in their respective budget estimates. This projection excludes additional funds that may accrue from the implementation of the contentious tax reform bills. The VAT revenue collected under the current administration increased by 549 billion naira within 6 months. This figure was derived from financial reports released by the Federation Account Allocation Committee between October 2023 and March 2024. An analysis of the 2025 budget's documents from the federal government and 21 states revealed a combined VAT revenue projection of about 2.53 trillion naira, representing a significant increase of 1 trillion naira. That's around 65.8% compared to the 1.527 trillion naira projected in 2024. The 21 states include Kebbi, Kaduna, Ekiti, Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Enugu, Borno, Ondo, Kano, Katsina, Ebonyi, Gombe, Anambra, Abia, Niger, Jigawa, Bauchi, Akwa Ibom, Adamawa, and Delta. Up ahead, South Africans Ramaphosa urges ANC to renew or perish at 113th anniversary. Thousands rally in Tel Aviv against Netanyahu's government. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa called on the African National Congress ANC to renew itself or risk extinction during the party's 113th anniversary celebration on Saturday in Cape Town. Ramaphosa acknowledged the party's current struggles, including unemployment, poverty, inequality, and loss of majority in recent elections. He outlined a plan for action focused on improving the economy, enhancing government services, and rebuilding the ANC.
And this is a moment wherein the ANC should either renew itself or perish. And this is an important lesson that we have learned from the past elections. Unless we renew ourselves, unless we ensure that the ANC is renewed, we face the danger, yes, of perishing as a movement. The election outcome has taught us an important lesson.
As the ANC now leads a national unity government, along with 9 other political parties, Ramaphosa emphasized the party's commitment to regaining public confidence and returning as a majority party in the next elections. His call for renewal comes as the Freedom Charter, the ANC's policy blueprint, celebrates its 70th anniversary. Sudan's army said on Saturday it had entered the central city of Wad Madani and was pushing out its paramilitary rivals, the Rapid Support Forces. The army posted a video appearing to show troops inside the city, which is the capital of El Gezira State, an agricultural hub that has been held by the RSF since December 2023.
Today is January 11th, 2025. We are now inside the city of Madani. We told you, Janjaweed, RSF, you will not be able to do this. You ran away like women. This is the street that takes you to the market. And this is Nile Street. We salute our brother staff commander Abdul Baki Yatra. Madani is free. God is great. Today is January 11th, 2025.
The army also on Saturday continued its operations on the city of Bari, part of the greater capital, where it has also made advances in recent months. The RSF controls most of the west of the country, where it is fighting the army for Al-Fasher, its last stronghold in the Darfur region. The two forces are also actively fighting over White Nile State in the south of the country. U.S. Border Patrol agents discovered a sophisticated smuggling tunnel on Thursday that crosses from Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, to El Paso, Texas. The tunnel, equipped with lighting and ventilation, was found after removing a metal plate covering its entry hole, connecting the Mexican side of the border with the storm drain system of the Texan city, according to the U.S. Border Patrol. Mexican and U.S. authorities collaborated in the operation. John Morales, the FBI officer in charge of the operation, highlighted the importance of binational cooperation in tackling smuggling. The tunnel's discovery underscores ongoing efforts to combat illegal activities that threaten border security just a few days before U.S. President-elect Trump's inauguration, which prioritizes policies against immigration during his electoral campaign. Meanwhile, about 2,000 Israelis protested against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government and its handling of the conflict in Gaza on Saturday, demanding an end to the war in Gaza and hoping for a better future for the country. Protesters carried flags and started a fire at Begin Gate in Tel Aviv as the protest carried into the evening. The protester had her hopes pinned on the U.S. President-elect Donald Trump to push the Israeli government into a deal to get the hostages back. Mediators are making renewed efforts to reach a deal to halt the fighting in the enclave and free the remaining Israeli hostages held there before Trump takes office on January 20. A deal will also involve the release of some Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails. Meanwhile, thousands of Israelis protested against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government and its handling of the conflict in Gaza on Saturday. Protesters demanded an end to the war in Gaza and a ceasefire that would bring home the hostages still held by Hamas.
I am here because of our government is not paying enough attention to the hostages that still remaining in Gaza. That we're thinking about them every moment, every single day, and it's time to release them. And it's not easy to make a deal with the devil, which is the terrorists we are dealing with, but I truly think that we can do more and that it's time to release them from hell in Gaza.
First of all, I'm here because I'm scared about democracy in Israel. I'm a teacher. I am looking for the next generation, and I'm really afraid about what's going on here. I want that my kids and my grandkids will be free in Israel. You know, my parents were in the Holocaust, and they dream about another country. So I'm here to fight for it.
Forces who attempted to disperse crowds from a main road in Tel Aviv. Its military campaign, with the stated goal of eradicating Hamas, has leveled swaths of the enclave, driving most people from their homes, and has killed 45,717 Palestinians, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Lebanon and Syria will work together to secure their land borders as well as to delineate both land and sea borders, Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati said on Saturday in Damascus. In the first trip by a Lebanese prime minister to neighboring Syria in 15 years, Mikati addressed a joint news conference in Damascus with Syria's de facto leader Ahmed al-Sharaa. Al-Sharaa said they had discussed issues including smuggling between the two countries, border challenges, and Syrian deposits in Lebanese banks. Both sides agreed to establish committees to address these matters and provide support.
We discussed some unresolved problems such as the Lebanese borders and smuggling issues as well as Syrian deposits in Lebanese banks, and we agreed to have special committees to study this situation in detail.
Also, we discussed the situation on the land borders between both countries and the necessity to reinforce the mutual and joint procedures to protect the security of both countries, their sovereignty, and prevent any acts that harm them, their security and stability.
U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith, who led the federal cases against Donald Trump on charges of trying to overturn his 2020 election defeat and mishandling of classified documents, has resigned as the Republican president-elect prepared to return to the White House, Politico reported on Saturday. Smith resigned on Friday from the Department of Justice, according to court documents filed in federal court. After Trump defeated Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris in the November 5th election, Smith dropped both cases, citing a long-standing Justice Department rule against prosecuting sitting presidents. In asking courts to dismiss the charges, Smith's team defended the merits of the cases they had brought, signaling only that Trump's impending return to the White House made them unattainable.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
We now have two standards of justice. As far as the joke of an indictment, it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing for this country. I mean, the only good thing about it is it's driven.
As a prosecutor, it is beyond my remit to argue to you or decide what wars were just and what wars were not. But I can say with conviction that war crimes on one side do not justify war crimes on the other side. The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results.
In asking courts to dismiss the charges, Smith's team defended the merits of the cases they had brought, signaling only that Trump's impending return to the White House made them more tenable. Venezuelan army condemned on Saturday the new sanctions that the U.S., Britain, and the European Union imposed the previous day when the country swore in President Nicolas Maduro for a third term after a 6-month election dispute. The condemnation came after outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden's administration increased its reward to $25 million for information leading to the arrest or conviction of Maduro on drug trafficking charges. The previous reward was $15 million. It was also issued a $25 million reward for Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello and a $50 million reward for Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino, as well as new sanctions against 8 other officials, including the head of state oil company PDVSA, Hector Obregon. Maduro, president since 2013, was declared the winner of the July election by both Venezuela's electoral authority and top court, though detailed tallies confirm his victory have never been published. Venezuela's opposition says ballot box level tallies show a landslide win for its former candidate Edmundo Gonzalez. Maduro's nearly 12 years in office have been marked by deep economic and social crisis and an exodus of millions of Venezuelans fleeing the country. His government has always rejected all sanctions, saying they are illegitimate measures that amount to an economic war designed to cripple Venezuela. A full-scale firefighting efforts stretched into Saturday in the upscale Los Angeles neighborhood of Pacific Palisades as the wildfire there expanded into an additional 1,000 acres overnight, with residents warned of potential worsening weather conditions over the next 72 hours and could further stoke the blaze. LA County Fire Chief Anthony C. Maron said elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Evacuation orders throughout the Los Angeles area now cover 153,000 residents, putting 57,000 structures at risk. 6 simultaneous blazes that have ripped across Los Angeles County neighborhoods since Tuesday have killed at least 11 people and damaged or destroyed 10,000 structures. At least 13 people are estimated to be so far.
Today, I wrote a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to engage in wildfire recovery efforts and to visit the county to see the impact firsthand that it has on every socioeconomic individual in this county. Engaging the White House makes the way for the rapid deployment of federal resources, including emergency personnel and financial assistance.
Thank you, Chair Barger. Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County today and tomorrow, and again Monday through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department will be prepared.
As aircraft dropped water and fire retardant on steep hills to stem the eastward spread of the Palisades wildfire in Los Angeles on Saturday, experts cautioned that weather conditions, including wind gusts, could make matters worse. Over the past 24 hours, the Palisades fire spread to over an additional 1,000 acres, officials reported, and consumed many more homes. The National Weather Service warned of worsening Santa Ana winds that it predicted would pick up Saturday night into Sunday morning in Los Angeles and Ventura counties, and again on late Monday through Tuesday morning. Evacuation orders throughout the Los Angeles area now cover 153,000 residents, putting 57,000 structures at risk. Another 166,000 residents have been warned that they may have to evacuate, said Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Still to come, Mexico dispatches firefighting experts to help with California wildfires. Guardiola says Walker has asked to leave Man City. Visit more after the break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Mexican Air Force planes departed for California on Saturday, carrying 74 personnel from the Army and the National Forestry Commission to assist in battling the wildfires ravaging Southern California. The mission, a humanitarian aid effort, includes specialized firefighting and civil protection personnel. Laura Vasquez Alzoa, head of the National Civil Protection Coordination, emphasized their commitment to supporting California.
Upon arrival, the teams will be distributed in the designated areas to fight the fire. They are very experienced people who have participated in various national fires and have also helped abroad, including in Cuba and other countries, bringing their experience. These are selected, trained individuals with a lot of technical expertise.
The Mexican consulate in Los Angeles announced continuous consular assistance and shelters for affected individuals, regardless of immigration status. Mexican nationals or descendants in California account for nearly 30% of the state's population. A tugboat has stopped a tanker carrying around 99,000 metric tons of oil from Russia from drifting out of control off Germany's Baltic Sea coast near the island of Rügen, emergency services said on Friday. Germany's Central Command for Maritime Emergencies said the 274-meter Panama flag tanker called Eventing and traveling from Russia to Egypt had been drifting slowly and unable to maneuver since earlier on Friday. A tugboat was holding it in a position and others were en route, CCME said, adding it was evaluating next steps. Evacuation of the 24-member crew also was not necessary, it said. Moscow did not immediately reply to requests for comments. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has pledged the SPD to victory in the upcoming general elections on February 23rd. Scholz was officially nominated as SDP's candidate for the Chancellor at the party's conference. In his speech, the Chancellor emphasized that the upcoming election was fundamental for the direction of future Germany.
The next 4 years will be crucial. What we need now is clarity. What we need now is level-headedness. And we need experience so that our country can get through these difficult times in one piece. In other words, this is not the time for big talk. This is not the time for age-old recipes. This is not the time for politics at the expense of ordinary people. Or, to put it briefly, this is not the time for CDU, CSU in Germany. Others want to demolish our democracy with their chainsaws. We are fighting to preserve and renew the successful Made in Germany brand. For the ordinary people in our country.
This far-right AFD nominated a co-leader Alice Wedel as their chancellor candidate on Saturday at a party congress in the eastern German city of Riesa. Wedel told delegates that the party meeting was streamed live on Elon Musk's platform X. Musk hosted a discussion with Wedel on his X platform on Thursday, which was watched by the European Commission to check for any spreading of misinformation before next month's German election. In Wedel's speech after her official nomination at the party congress, she vowed to close borders, end the energy transition and abandon EU climate policy, called for longer operating times for coal-fired power plants and the reopening of Nord Stream.
I would also like to say thank you. My colleague Jörg Gerben has just mentioned it. I would like to thank Elon Musk, who is streaming this party conference live so that everyone can see what we are making policy for. Close the borders completely and turn back anyone entering the country illegally and without papers. And a very clear message to the whole world, the German borders are closed. Dear friends, they are closed. And I have to be honest with you, if it's going to be called remigration, then that's what it's going to be called. Remigration. And following the example of the Netherlands and Hungary, withdrawal from the EU asylum system. Quite simply, Germany will withdraw from the EU asylum system under our leadership. You can count on it. We will end the energy transition and abandon EU climate policy. We will, of course, reconnect operational nuclear power plants to the grid and invest in future-proof reactors of the new generation.
Earlier, scuffles had erupted between protesters trying to stop AFD delegates from entering the Congress venue following a protest call from a group of several NGOs. The AFD comes second at 21.5% in recent INSA poll ahead of the February 23rd general election, with the CDU in the lead. Spain's Princess Leonor set sail on Saturday on board of the Navy's Joan Sebastian del Elcano training ship. King Felipe and Queen Letizia waved Leonor and the 76th Navy midshipmen goodbye as the 113 meters long ship weighed anchors and began a 6-month journey to America. The princess spent a year at Zaragoza's military academy before embarking on the Joan Sebastian del Elcano, a 4-masted schooner used by Spanish Navy for training. She will finish her military studies at the General Air Academy. The government and the Royal House have agreed Leonor's very intense military training will precede her university studies, following in the footsteps of her father in the 1980s. Gwenlyn Chicherit and Ross Branch were forced to retire from the Dakar rally following respective stage 6 crashes in their car and bike on Saturday. Frenchman Chi Chariot and his navigator Alex Winnock rolled and totaled their X-Raid Mini, while Branch of Botswana crashed out on 48 kilometers mark on his Hero Motorsports bike. South Africa Henk Ledegan continues to lead the way in the car category, leading Yazid Al-Raji by 7 minutes and 16 seconds. Gualaim de Mavios won the stage from Hale to Al-Duwadini. Daniel Sanders maintained his lead in the bikes despite a 9th place finish. The Australian Red Bull KTM rider leads Tosha Sharena by 11 minutes and 46 seconds, while two-time champion Ricky Brabeck, last year's winner, took stage honors. In other sports stories, Manchester City captain Kyle Walker has asked to leave the club. Manager Pep Guardiola confirmed after their 8-0 thrashing of Salford City in the FA Cup on Saturday. Walker was left out of Guardiola's squad for the third-round tie, with the Spanish manager saying the right-back had asked to explore options abroad. The England international was linked with the move to German giants Bayern Munich after City clinched the treble in 2023. The 34-year-old Walker joined City from Tottenham Hotspur in the deal worth around $61.02 million in 2017. He has made 319 appearances for City, helping the club win 17 trophies, including 6 Premier League titles and a first Champions League. Walker has seen his playing time reduce this season, making just 9 Premier League starts, with local media suggesting Saudi Arabia could be his next destination.
Well, it's not easy to me to say because I should say him, but he's not here. So 2 days ago, Kyle asked to explore the options to play abroad, the end of his career. He asked two years ago, after travel. Bayern Munich, I think, want him, but the offer was not good enough. And I asked him, the club asked him how important it is. We cannot understand the success that we had these years without Kyle. It's impossible. Have been our right back and give us something that we didn't have and have been amazing. But now in his mind is he would like to explore already, to go another country to play the last years for many reasons. And for that reason, I preferred, playing other players like his mind is here. That's all.
The sun greeted Melbourne Park when the gate opened on Sunday for the Australian Open, but fans were very quickly sent scurrying for cover when the storm swept through the precinct. The rain interruption of the championships came after less than an hour when the play was suspended on the outer courts, but continued under closed roofs on the 4 show courts. Melbourne is known for its unpredictable weather conditions, and many fans came prepared for the predicted storm with umbrellas and ponchos a day after temperatures reached a hot 35 degrees on Saturday. The Australian Open will run from January 12 to 26.
I think is going to win. Who I'm hoping is going to win is Kyrgios, but I think I'm going to doubt he's going to win purely because of coming back from an injury and all that. But I'd say probably is Sinner's in this one. Yeah, I think he's probably going to win it. Him or Djokovic. Yeah, I'll go for.
I hope Carlos wins. Yay! What about you? Why? I don't know. Just well, he hasn't won it yet, so it's his time. Yeah.
And he's a good player.
Yeah, yeah. And he's lovely on the court. Yeah, we like watching him. Yeah.
Well, I'm Aussie with a Polish background, so for the women's, I'm really hoping it's Iga Świątek. And for the men's, I mean, Hurkacz maybe, but I like Medvedev, and this might be a bit controversial, but I think he's quite funny. So Medvedev for me.
Norwegian 6 seeds Casper Ruud advanced to the second round of the Australian Open after an enthralling 6-3, 1-6, 7-5, 2-6, 6-1 victory over Spaniard Jaume Munar on Sunday, January 12th. Frenchman Arthur Fils, the 20th seed, came from a set down to beat unseeded Fane Otto Virtanen 3-6, 7-6-4, 6-4, 6-4. In the women's draw, Chinese 5th seed Zheng Qingyuan got her 2025 campaign off a winning start as the Paris Olympics champion defeated Romanian qualifier Anca Todoni 7-6, 3-6-1. Croatian 18th seed Dona Vekic, runner-up at the Olympics, downed France's Diane Parry 6-4, 6-4. Indonesia new men's national head coach Patrick Kluivert arrived on Saturday at the country's international airport, where he was enthusiastically welcomed by supporters. The appointment of Dutch former AC Milan, Ajax and Barcelona player Kluivert, who scored 40 goals in 79 appearances for his country, follows the sacking on Monday of South Korean coach Shin Tae-yong. Kluivert, who won the Champions League title as a player with Ajax in 1995, will take charge of Indonesia until 2027 with an option to extend further, the country's soccer federation said in a statement. Indonesia are third in their World Cup groups after 6 of 10 matches, a point behind Australia in the battle for the second automatic spot in the finals, which will be expanded from 32 to 48 teams in the contests jointly hosted by the United States, Canada and Mexico. Kluivert will be unveiled in Jakarta on Sunday and will be joined in Indonesia by 2 assistant coaches, fellow Dutchman Alex Posto and Denny Lanzax. Meanwhile, Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime closed out a 3-set match against American Sebastian Corda to win the Adelaide International on Saturday. The Fitzy took 1 hour 49 minutes to beat against Corda 6-3, 3-6, 6-1, who was competing in his first tournament since undergoing elbow surgery last October. It wasn't all plain sailing for the Canadian, as he had to save 4 break points in the early parts of the first set before taking a lead in a match that featured some strength-sapping rallies. Corda claimed the second set, but that just spurred on Auger-Aliassime, who broke the American on his first service game in the third set. It is Auger-Aliassime's 6th career ATP Tour title and is now on a 5-match winning streak, heading into his first round match with Jan-Lennard Struff in the Australian Open on Monday. Napoli forwards Vicha Kvaratskhelia wants to leave the Serie A club immediately, manager Antonio Conte revealed on Saturday. Kvaratskhelia current deal runs until 2027. The 23-year-old, having joined Napoli in July 2022 and helped his side secure their first Scudetto in 33 years that season. The Georgia international has been ruled out of Napoli's Serie A home clash against Hellas Verona on Sunday. Kvaratskhelia has been linked with Liverpool and Paris Saint-Germain in the January transfer window. He and Victor Osimhen, who moved to Galatasaray on loan last year, scored a combined 38 league goals in Napoli's title-winning season. Kvaratskhelia was also named Player of the Season by Serie A in 2023. Napoli leads Serie A with 44 points from 19 games, with Kvaratskhelia having scored 5 goals and contributed 3 assists in 17 league matches this season. League leaders Al Hilal thrashed Al Oroba 5-0 at the Al Jauf University Stadium on Saturday to top the Saudi Pro League on goal difference. Al Hilal's starting 11 was impacted by injuries to captain Salim Al-Dawsari and top scorer Alexander Mitrovic, but it made little difference as the reigning champions cruised to victory. Al Hilal made a fast start, and their early attacks were rewarded with a penalty when winger Mohamed Al-Khatani was brought down inside the box. Ruben Neves stepped up to convert the penalty and give his side the lead. Adnan Hamad is the new head coach of Al Oroba, and he will have plenty to think about after watching that match from the stands, knowing they are currently just 1 point above the relegation zone. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. See you later.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I know that you can feel the excitement, yes, because of course we're bringing entertainment for you, the very best art, pop culture, whatever you need to know about entertainment. We are here for you. You get it. So I'm your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi, and with me is,
of course, it's your baby girl, Queenette Nkunta. So we are doing this show together today. She left me yesterday, but it's fine. We are doing this show together.
Moving on. But guys, you know that we are here for you. Like anything entertainment, we are here for you.
Yeah.
So just sit back and stay tuned. Like.
All right, so let's delve into our stories for the day. Of course, we have memes of the week, but first, let's go into our stories of the day. Nollywood star Funke Akindele has been named the second highest grossing Nollywood writer for 2024, alongside Collins Oko and Akinlabi Ishola. Sure, I got that pronunciation. The trio earned the recognition for their work on the film Everybody Loves Jennifer, which generated 1.1 billion at the box office. This was revealed by Film One on its Instagram page on Friday. Stephen Oluboyu was recognized as the highest grossing Nollywood writer of 2024, thanks to his involvement in the film Everybody Loves Jennifer, Alakada, Bad and Bougie, and Abro, which collectively brought in 1.3 billion naira. The third highest grossing writer was Anthony Joseph, who earned the accolade of his contributions to Queen Latifah, The Waiter, and Alakada, Bad and Bougie, which together earned 780 million naira. Jack Ennett Opukeme secured the fourth position with his films Farmer's Bride and All's Fair in Love, which earned 299 million naira. Stephen Okonkwo claimed the fifth spot from Ajosepo, which grossed 257 million naira. Adebayo Tijani and Ola Oye came in sixth with Beast of Two Words, Ajakaju, earning 253 million naira. Oluyombo, Oluwa Gbemiga, and Toyin Abraham were the 7th highest grossing writers, with Alakada Badambuji, which made 229 million naira. Odunlade Ade Kola and Akorede Ibrahim were in 8th place, with Lakatabu, which grossed 202 million naira. Ayomakun took the 9th spot for the waiter with a review of 185 million naira, while Tunde Babalola rounded out the top 10, earning 157 million naira for Fumilayo Ransom Kuti. You know, there was a time when we were talking about script writers
not getting the
spotlight.
Exactly.
I'm so happy. I'm so fulfilled. I don't know how to express my joy right now, because at the end of the day, they cracked their brain to pen down those things. Yes. Those things you see those actors acting, they are working according to the script. Should be told. So I'm so happy, in as much as yes, we know the baba of them all, the movies and all, but the fact that they are recognized. Do you know, at a point I was like, is it Funke Akindele that is writing this movie or someone else?
Sometimes she writes it along with other people,
right?
Like that Everybody Loves
Jennifer.
You see that she wrote it with Olaboyo.
Yes.
Oluboyo. She wrote it with Oluboyo. So exactly, like some of those things, like they do it together. You get.
I like the fact, you know. I'm not gonna say we don't talk much about Funke Akindele, but she's all weather. Right? She's an actor,
director, producer,
a script writer. Yes, I don't know why I'm even giving accolades. Normally, then I always give accolades to the actors, because you don't know what happens behind. At the end of the day, these actors are just the pretty faces that come to work according to what was given to them. The only thing they do is bring out the drama, of which even the drama you bring, the director and producer will tell you that is not what is supposed to be.
Well, but I would say that everybody has the part to play, because I know there's been this argument of who is the god of theater.
Yeah, remember we had that topic last year.
So yeah, I would say that everyone has their part to play.
Yeah,
because of the fact that if the actors don't act it well, you never feel like watching the movie. Yeah, the movie will be like, what? And there's some movies that, let's be very honest, the reason why you watched it was because of who was playing.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie about that. I'm not going to say, yes, the actors. What I'm saying is now the writers are recognized.
Yes, which we really
But at the end, I think they should start recognizing the cameraman, the costumier, because... do you know what I'm going to emphasize on them?
They get their recognition
at the end of the movie, right?
At the end credits.
I mean, like, talking about them.
Okay, like
I watched
top cameraman.
Thank you very much. Top 10 best cameraman, top 10 costumier. I watched the movie and I noticed everything they used was typical African clothes. All they did was
it makes you wonder who was the stylist.
Did you get my point? You see, when you're looking very pretty right now, you will just be wondering. There's a blend of Africa and there's a blend of West Africa. I'm not even talking about makeup artists. Do you get what I'm saying? But I like the fact that these people are recognized, and because of them, these movies were able to get to top 10.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
I don't know. I was even surprised that Lakatabu got number 9, right, or number 8. But let's be factual. Nigerian movies on Netflix, our scriptwriters are wonderful. They are wonderful. I don't want to overemphasize.
That's the reason why they are bringing in as much money as they are seeing.
Oh my God. Millions. There's not hundreds of thousands, no. Millions. Millions.
Exactly, now, because they are putting in their very best to write things, which is really amazing.
Thumbs up to them. You know, I was expecting Funke Akindele, Everybody Loves Jennifer, to be the number 1.
Well, but the person that is the number 1 is actually
part of Everybody Loves Jennifer.
Everybody Loves Jennifer, exactly. So, yeah, moving on to our next news. The Nigerian skit maker and activist, Mr. Macaroni, has explained why he will continue to snub Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The comedian revealed his stance in response to an ex-user at Oyesile John, who criticized him for snubbing the governor. The user posted, told Dafunwe, a certain macaroni who in an attempt to please the mob snubbed the governor of Lagos State, Omo Ase. The post sparked a wave of reactions, with many defending Macaroni for staying true to his principles. In a series of posts, Macaroni responded by stating, "I will continue to snub your governor. It doesn't mean anything to me. Neither do you or your father. I love that you slaves bring this issue up all the time. For every time you do, I will send you to your masters." Macaroni went on to explain that he would never associate with a government that has previously stripped him naked, beat, tortured, brutalized, and dehumanized him. He also recalled being told by the police to stop disturbing the governor during a past detention. Like this.
Do you think what he did was right, actually?
Well, I would say he's standing on his rights, freedom of speech.
Fact.
You get, so like if he says he doesn't want to do something, you can't force him to do it. It's only maybe in a situation where he's disobeying the law that you can actually hold.
But don't you think he's kind of rude?
I do feel he's kind of rude, and in a way I'm kind of wondering, is there not a law against something like
this? Because at the end of the day, you know, in as much as this person is not doing the right thing, he is still the governor of...
Two wrongs don't make it right. Yes,
thank you very much. Exactly. He's still the governor of Lagos State. You still... He deserves the respect. Do you understand? Yes, he's not doing the right thing. You don't like what he's doing. He did this, he did that, whatever. But being rude, right? I'm not saying he's not being a good activist. Yes, no, because he's a very good activist.
Standing up for
telling you your bullshit right there, because he emphasized on, I'll take you back to your slave, your master, right? You slaves, because you've seen that meme where they say Nigerians are, what's that word? Oh my goodness. It's just like slaves that doesn't have a choice to just do whatever they ask you to do. Do you get? So him coming out not to give him his bullshit. Okay, being rude is a no-no for me, honestly.
Yeah, I would say that I love the fact that you are saying, okay, I wouldn't succumb to pressure from power, like you know, because some people, once the governor they talk,
not head of this
local government
chairman. This is the governor of a state.
Exactly. So and not just any state,
Lagos State.
Exactly. So I love the fact that he's saying that, okay, he would not succumb to power, like he's standing for his rights, which is good. But in a way, I feel like approach also matters, because you don't know that one of these days you yourself might need to be in that government position. Because I feel like the only way to take down bad governance, that's the word, governance, is to actually have good people in the governance. Do you get what I'm saying? Like meaning that you cannot take it down being behind. You have to be in the house to take the house down.
So you being just there, and they still wouldn't listen to you.
Exactly. So instead of trying to like take down the government, why not infiltrate it? Like, do you understand? Say like get more good people. Let's vote for more good people. Let's allow more good people to come in power. And also, you being rude, I don't know. I feel like they will call this thing out later. Any other time
he was dragged now. You need to see the comments and all that. But he's still saying he doesn't care. He will still say what he wants to say.
Yeah, but no one is saying
not taking it that far, bro. I loved you so much. I still do. You're a very good activist, but I think you should tone down the rudeness a little bit.
I feel like approach matters a lot. Approach matters.
Reduce it a little bit, honestly. All right, so up next, Ed Sheeran has launched a foundation dedicated to ensuring children in the UK have access to high-quality music education. The singer-songwriter who began writing songs at a young age with the help of a teacher aims to address the gap left by courts to arts funding in schools. To support the foundation's efforts, Sharon is visiting schools and youth groups across the UK, including in Cardiff, Coventry, Edinburgh, and Belfast. Speaking to pupils in Wales on Thursdays, Sharon emphasized that music should be seen as a legitimate career option. Britain has this sort of thing where it's pushing people towards being bankers or like working in tech or finance or like all this sorts of stuff. He said, we've basically just come here today being like we've done it. We both came from state schools education and all that takes to you guys having confidence built in you by the teachers around you. Sharon, who has a special connection to Wales, also performed Shape of You for the students and duetted with some musicians at a Cardiff youth group. The Ed Sheeran Foundation has already supported 18 grassroots music education organizations and state school music departments, providing instruments and lessons to 12,000 children.
Which is so amazing.
I'm proud of him.
Like I'm happy to hear this.
I'm so proud of him.
If you listen to good music, you
will
listen
know
to Ed Sheeran.
Thank
you. Know that Ed Sheeran, he knows this work. You know when you say you know music, he knows music.
I like the fact that he's calling it out because truth be told, if a child, especially in an African home, you say
not just even in Britain, because
yes,
talking about Britain
then you don't want to know about African home.
Exactly.
You're in an African home. You don't want to be a doctor. Are you okay? You don't want to be a lawyer. You're not talking about bank. Are you serious? You want to go and do what? You want to go and do music? Who will pay your school fees? But the guy has, because at the end of the day, entertainment industry is taking
It's a very
over.
lucrative.
It's very lucrative. So if they don't go to schools for it, we won't get the professionals at the end of the day. And if these veterans pass out, who is taking over from them? Nobody. Because these ones, they didn't go for the training, they didn't go because they are concentrated on
they want to go into tech, finance,
thank you very much. At the end of the day, if you notice, most of our guests, if you ask them, what did you study in school? I read law.
Exactly.
You read law. How are you balancing the equation? Which means you're balancing professionalism and hobby. He doesn't want it just to be a hobby. Let it be something you had a certificate with, so that when you're going into a record label, that's what they call it, like, right? Oh, he can write. He's a good songwriter. People that doesn't know how to write song will come to you and they pay you huge amounts of money. And if you decide to go sing tomorrow, nobody will say, I'm the one that wrote that song for you. You wrote the song yourself. You know the professional. You have the certificate and all. True. I'm so proud of Ed Sheeran.
Like, and I really love the fact that he talked about funding, because I know that there are actually people that go to the university, to the college if it's Britain, to learn music, and most times when they come out, it's like you are not coming out to do music, do music. Instead, they are coming out to like maybe teach music. Or you're doing something else entirely. Like it's not like, okay, you went to study music and you're not coming out to be the next Beyonce or coming out to
Rihanna,
be the next, you get
Ed Sheeran.
So I really love the fact that he's focusing on it, like both the funding, both the teaching. It's really nice, and I think more artists.
You know, Beyonce, was it Beyonce or Rihanna last year that they want to have a course titled I think it's Beyonce. They want to have a course in Wales University. Yes, it's a course titled Beyonce Arts. Like everything that has to do with Beyonce, because she's not just a music artist, she's an entrepreneur too. Exactly. So if you want to learn Beyonce, this is a course. Do you understand what I'm saying? But it's funny. You get, but people that love Beyonce and they're like, oh, there's a course titled Beyonce, whatever, they want to apply for it. And if you what we really know Beyonce for is music. Most people don't even know she's an entrepreneur. So Ed Sheeran coming out now to fund this school, create the awareness. I think at the end of the day, you will see music is it's going to take over. Do you understand? No, we're not saying professional courses are not important. They are.
The point is that they are as important as music.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Like, not just music, entertainment.
Yes.
There will be courses for content creation. There will be courses for comedians. Because some people are good comedians, but they don't know how to stand on stage. They don't even know how to perform.
There are a lot of things.
There are a lot of things to learn. The right English, the right word, that you don't come out on stage to ignite someone's reputation or even say something that you're not supposed to. So these are things and classes that they need to go to, actors and all. The last time we had an actress, she was one that told me that she's a lawyer. Right? I see her on rock movies, like mostly rock movies. And when she said she was a lawyer, she was telling me how her father doesn't like the fact that she wanted to be an actress, but she fought it. Because we know law as a very professional course that doesn't need a divided attention. But she said she was able to blend in, but she was learning. She didn't feature into movies, but she was learning. But at the end of the day, her parents saw the importance. Why? I have my professional certificate. I have a certificate for theater. I know how to act. So there is nothing wrong with, the only thing is what our parents don't know is giving them the right advice on how to do this. What is wrong with having 2 certificates? There is nothing wrong with that.
True.
There is nothing. If there's still nothing wrong with having just certificates for entertainment,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like,
there is nothing wrong with that.
The fact that you decide this is what you want to study throughout your life, it happens to be entertainment related, it doesn't make you less of somebody, or less of someone that has vision, or less of someone that is doing something meaningful in their life. Because we need to really understand that it's really bad when people study another thing, then they now come to I feel like you've wasted time. You know, when you're digging, there's a proverb that says when you're digging a hole, if you dig in different places, you end up not getting much. If you dig all in one place. So imagine if you started early and you are doing many things early, like you're
doing your masters on it, PhD.
You would have done a whole lot.
You know, we have this writer that writes movies abroad.
Well, okay,
I would remember
as a guest.
No, not a guest. Like, I know that he writes movies abroad. When we came, I think we had a story about him, and initially he was like, when they were telling him about the movie, he was not understanding it. Do you understand? Like, to him, he's like, okay, where is this movie really going to? Because me myself, I'm not understanding it. But at the end of the day, he wrote the script and it was worth it. Now, what am I saying? Why is he able to? Why was he even invited to write the script for a movie abroad? Because he was good at it. Trust me, if you tell your parents, especially in African country, Mommy, I want to go to school to learn how to write scripts.
They will look at you like, are you okay?
So I'll pay school fees. I'll pay school fees. Honestly.
Let's move on to our next news. On January 11th, hundreds of Elvis fans dressed in lacquered wigs, bedazzled jumpsuits, and marine-inspired outfits paraded the streets of Parks, Australia, to celebrate Elvis Presley's 1967 film, Easy Come, Easy Go. The parade, which was part of a 5-day Parks Elvis Festival held annually to mark Elvis' birthday, featured fans dressed as their idols, complete with diving suits and sailor hats, posing in vintage cars and floats. So Elvis' tribute to artist Mark Andrew shared, Elvis has everything and he still continues to, you know, magnetize fans even from a really young age, and the legacy will just go on forever. Participant Richard Bastin, dressed in diving suits, said the theme of the parade made it difficult to decide what to wear. Numerous hours, many viewing of the movie, and couple of beers, he joked. And another participant, Samantha Salgo, added that we spent all year deciding what we were going to do and looking at the team and rewatching 100. We literally packed every parks we are coming to. It's the highlight of our whole year, and it starts 2025 off with a bang. Attendees like Shane Phillips from Victoria were impressed with the spectacle. It's really good. There seems to be a lot more in this one. Lots to look at, and the weather is perfect. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, he said. The Parks Elvis festival will conclude on Sunday, January 12th.
Actually,
it seems like they started this thing.
Yesterday. So I actually carried a story of someone that didn't like him, was never his fan or anything. So he just he saw him from there, then watched some of his music, and he developed this love for him, that kind of thing.
Wow.
So